The world stands on the brink of failure on global warming. Nations need to... I'm still very ill. Have I mentioned that I'm ill?
Stop whining.
Nations need to take unprecedented actions.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
Unprecedented. We need to try really, really hard in order to save the world. What could possibly go wrong?
I can be more presidential than anybody.
We need to take unprecedented actions to cut our carbon emissions over the next decade. This is according to a landmark report by the top scientific body studying climate change. And they released a message, and it said, and I quote, "With global emissions showing few signs of slowing, and the United States the world's largest emitter of carbon dioxide, currently being run by, you-know-who, I suspect he's not a very nice person."
Donald Trump is a very nice person.
Then, well, we're screwed. The prospects of us meeting the most ambitious goals of the 2015 Paris Climate Change Agreement look increasingly slim, unlike us, who are looking, quite the reverse of slim. But I'll get to that in a minute. To avoid racing past 1.5 degrees Celsius, and you double it and add 32 to get Fahrenheit, and I've got no idea. That 1.5 degrees Celsius over pre-industrial levels would require rapid and far-reaching transformation of human civilization at a magnitude that has never happened before. That's what this group says. These experts, and as they are experts in possession of facts, nobody is remotely interested in anything they have to say. If you just ignore it, it won't happen to you. They said we are going to have rapid and far-reaching transformations of our lives in order to prevent the inevitable. So we're screwed then, because that's not going to happen. We're not going to change our lives. Who are they kidding? The waters could be lapping at our knees and we'd still carry on pretending that it's got nothing to do with us.
Correct.
This is the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Of course, anything that has the United Nations in front of it is going to make Donald Trump's hair rise, or whatever that is that's hovering above his bald scalp. Because last time he went there, they said, "My administration has been the most fantastic and huge of any administration ever." And he said afterwards, "That was a joke. I meant to get a laugh with that line." Oh, God, he's absolutely insufferable. That clown is the world's most important person. Can you believe that?
No.
I'll restate my case. If aliens from space decided for some bizarre... Maybe they'd get lost on the way to somewhere nicer with better weather. And they came here and I asked politely to be introduced to our most important person. Take me to your leader. We'd have to take them to that bloke, who'd probably try and grab them by their alien area. The UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change wrote a report which was requested as part of the Paris Climate Agreement in 2015. This is 2015. This is 3 years old. We have absolutely no excuse for not reading it. They said there is no documented historical precedent for the sweeping changes to energy, transportation and other systems required to reach 1.5 degrees Celsius. And in those intervening years, on the very edge of catastrophe, have we done anything to avoid our fate?
No.
Not one single thing. We just don't care. Amazing, really. We're sitting on a branch of a tree and we're idly sawing the branch off next to the trunk of the tree, the one that we're sitting on. Did I make that clear at the beginning? Which is the very definition of stupidity, which also, fits in with you-know-who.
So I went to the Wharton School of Finance, which is considered the best business school, okay? Got to be very smart to get into that.
The report is being received with hope in some quarters. deluded quarters, because it does say that if we stick to 1.5 degrees Celsius in warming, then we could be saved. If emissions stopped today, for instance, the planet would not reach that temperature. If we did something about it now, we might avert catastrophe. They think that it's likely to galvanise even stronger climate action by focusing on 1.5 degrees Celsius rather than the 2 degrees target that was, part of that Paris Accord, which was that Trump reversed out of it, saying it was very unfair for the United States of America. Is either he's just trolling us, or he's just saying what is the dribbling yokels who go to his safe space rallies would like to hear. Or he doesn't understand anything. Because it was just a call to action. There wasn't a promise. You don't get fined if you don't reach that target. So it was a call to action. It's going to galvanise even stronger opinion and stronger action on behalf of us living here on planet Earth. That's what they think. The UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which rather implies that they've never met a person. Because no, it won't. People won't read that report. And even if they did, they wouldn't do anything about it. You know, this came out this week. It should have been the top news story in the world. Our imminent demise. And it just came and it went, and people received this information blankly, just let it pass right by them, and then just sucked up whatever information they could glean on Princess What's-It, who got married to Who's It. I mean, if I went to the street and asked you what their actual names were, I bet 100% of the people wouldn't be able to tell me, but they were agog. Oh, don't she look lovely? She's like a princess. It's lovely. Meanwhile, the world is crumbling about us. Never mind, eh? We'll get another one. Jim Skier, the co-chair of the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and an actual professor at the Imperial College in London, said, frankly, we've delivered a message to the governments. It's now their responsibility to decide whether they can act on it. Well, here's the news. Governments won't do anything because we won't do anything. I'd say that the human race is at about the developmental stage of a 2-year-old baby. We want instant gratification, and we want it now. We're not prepared to suffer in any way, shape or form. Let somebody else suffer. Somebody else can do the heavy lifting. The transformation described and the speed of change required is breathtaking. By 2050, the report calls for a total or near total phase out of the burning of coal. And that means clean coal as well, Donny. It doesn't matter how much coal and the coal and oil industry have spent on your campaign, Mr. Trump. You're going to have to disappoint them. You're going to have to be presidential.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Clean coal. You're going to have the temperament to just say no to the coal lobby.
But I have a strong temperament, and it's a very good temperament, and it's a very in-control temperament. I have a very strong temperament, but I have a temperament that's totally under control.
God, he sounds about as loopy as Kanye West.
Whoop-dee-dee-scoop poop.
Eric Solheim, the executive director of the UN Environment Programme, said it's like a deafening, piercing smoke alarm going off in the kitchen. Sounding like...
Warning, warning.
He says, we've got to put out the fire. And I do understand that metaphor. It is, the report that they've just released is like a deafening, piercing smoke alarm going off in the kitchen. But what we'll do is forget the fire. We'll just take the batteries out of the smoke alarm. Problem solved. Current promises made by countries as part of the Paris Climate Agreement would lead to about 3 degrees Celsius of warming by the end of the century. But we'll all be dead by then, so who cares? And what happens at 1.5 degrees of warming is alarming, unless you don't believe in science, in which case it can't affect you. 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming would be very, very damaging indeed, and it will affect you personally.
Oh, no.
Yep. Instabilities in Antarctica and Greenland could usher in a sea level rise measured in feet rather than inches. And if you live anywhere near the water, which for people in Britain means all of us, that could be very, very serious, unless you live up a hill somewhere, in which case you'll have a tremendous vantage point as everything that you know is swept away. The document finds that instabilities in Antarctica and Greenland, which could usher in a sea level rise measured in feet rather than inches, could be triggered at around 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade of warming. And that's our goal. Our goal is disaster. If we can just keep it down to a disaster, we'll be fine. Moreover, the total loss of tropical coral reefs is at stake, because 70 to 90% of them are expected to vanish at 1.5 degrees. So there goes all those David Attenborough coral reef programs that we like so much. And a report found that holding a warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius could save an Alaska-sized area of the Arctic from permafrost thaw. And when the permafrost thaws, then it releases all sorts of noxious substances that speed up global warming. Once that process starts, then we might as well kiss this planet goodbye. Now, to avoid that scenario, in barely more than 10 years, the world's percentage of electricity from renewables, solar and wind power, all that hippie stuff,
Groovy.
is going to have to jump to from about 24% where it is now to about 60%. In 10 years. Does anybody think that's possible?
No.
Of course not. Coal and gas plants that will need to be equipped with technologies that prevent them from emitting carbon dioxide into the air. And President Trump, meanwhile, has taken numerous steps to roll back regulations on the coal industry. He's an idiot.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
He said he intends to withdraw from Paris Climate Accord as soon as possible. He hates nature, which is understandable after what nature has done to him. The poor stumpy little mushroom.
Oh, shut up!
He still says he thinks global warming is a con manufactured by China to stop him using so much hairspray. 0345, but just as long as we know where we're going, and we won't be surprised when we get there. I'd buy the snorkels and a pair of flippers. See, hello, Peter.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Peter.
Yeah, it's about this global warming thing, and I'm going to go on about something you always say, that human beings never learn from history.
No.
Anything. And you said that people, who's going to give up all their stuff to worry about the eco thing? And the answer is no one.
No one.
But the good news is, because human beings are always the same, when a major country one day runs out of resources, it will go to war. And then the next good news is there will be a major war, and you'll get rid of maybe 2/3 of the population anyway. So then, well, no, I'm serious here.
Yeah.
It will. So nature always asserts itself.
Oh yeah,
So
well, nature will find a way. Exactly. 2/3 of the world's population. Okay, well, let's start making a list. Who shall it be?
Well, it doesn't matter, does it? It's just like you might be lucky, you might not be.
Well, I don't like those odds. No,
I know, but the odds you're going to get.
I would rather it was more structured than that. I want an actual list of people, and then we'll work through them. How does that sound?
Yeah, but it's like the Columbine. I think it was the Columbine shooting. I don't know if it was that one, where they had these signs up on the campus saying this is a gun-free zone. The only problem was the guys who came in to kill people ignored the science, and they went and shot everyone anyway.
Well, I hope they didn't. I hope they didn't step on the grass.
Well, no, they weren't all bad. I mean, I think they were probably eco freaks too. The reality is, we're living particularly in the Western world. Everyone's got to be seen to be decent and compassionate and caring. But one day something will come up. We'll take. Well, we are.
Please, decent and compassionate and caring. What on earth do you base that on?
Well, the media. They've got to be seen to be compassionate and caring. I'm not saying they are. They're not at all. But anyway, as you get older, you realise human beings aren't like that. They've got a bit of compassion.
Yeah, dreadful people. I've met people, and I'm not keen.
Well, listen, I was in Richmond yesterday.
Ugh.
There's so many homeless people there now, yet Richmond is awash with liberals, rich liberals, who are always going on about how much they feel. Why don't they let these people live in their house? So they don't care. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying they don't care, but they don't care enough to give them a room. You know, Richmond is full of rich people with loads of space in their house. Why don't they let them in if they care so much? I don't care at all. I wouldn't let them in my house. But I don't go around telling people I care. But everybody in the media tells us they put on this Tony Blair look when he, you know...
Well, I don't know what media you're talking about. You're not talking about the press, are you? Because they really, really don't care.
Well, nearly everyone on LBC has always got to be shown... They can never say anything bad, say, about poor people, for example. I don't. I'm on benefits. I don't care about poor people. I don't care. Why are they so special?
Everybody on LBC comes across as caring. Is that what you're saying?
No, they don't come across. They've got to be seen to be like that,
right.
including the alleged right-wing ones.
Right.
Because they cannot. Everyone's got to be seen.
Yeah, I don't think you need to put the word alleged in front of it.
I'm a nutcase.
I think just right wing will do.
Right-wing people on
Well, okay, then I will break the mould, Peter. I will go against the grain. I don't care at all about anything or anybody except me.
That's fair enough.
I'm not saying I'm selfish, but it's me.
But that's fair enough. That's how human beings are. When you live to an old age, you realise that.
What?
If one accepts that about human beings, that they're okay, that they're not, what's her name, that woman out in India, Gandhi, what was her name? I forget her name, Mother Teresa. You know, they're not like that. But if they want to pretend they're like that, that's fine. Or if they want to be like that, it's fine. But why do people now, you know, they all care? Well, give me a few quid if you care.
No,
I'm on benefit.
Yeah, all right. I'll leave us your address and I'll pop a check in the post. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Does anybody actually care about anything at all apart from themselves?
No.
Of course not. We're kidding ourselves if we think that we do. Lynn says, we, in inverted commas, with 2 question marks. What do you mean? What does that mean? Well, maybe if I read on, I'll find out. Idiot. We, she says, we are charged for numerous green policies. What about the rest of the world? I'm sick to death about constant virtue signalling. Tell me what other countries are doing and please stop criticising us. Oh, for crying out loud, Lynn, you sound like the part of the problem to me. I don't want to do anything because I don't want to. What's everybody else doing? If you just wait for everybody else to do something, Lynn, then you'll be up to your eyeballs in sewage before you know it. Because that water that will start creeping above your knees, you're above your ankles, and your ankle bones are connected to your shin bones, and all the way up, right up, lapping underneath your chin. That's not going to be clean, fresh water. That is going to be, it'll have things floating in it.
Disgusting.
What's everybody else doing? Don't ask the planet what everybody else is doing. Just do something yourself. See, this is the problem. Everybody wants somebody else to fix the problems that they themselves cause. And we think, there's certain elements that think that the young, oh, thank goodness for the young people, because they're really switched on about this. No, they're not. They don't care either. They pretend that they care, but they don't. I'll prove it to you. Go outside any school and look at the vast amounts, the piles of litter that are chucked out there. You wouldn't be able to see the pavement for the chewing gum that is adhered to it. Giant mountains of pizza boxes and burger cartons, because when they finish with whatever it is that's in their hand, they just open their hand and drop it to the floor right where they're standing, because it's my right and I'll do what I want. And it's not just them, it's everybody. We're all like that, even though we think we're not. I mean, the stuff that we buy, apart from anything else, just to cheer us up. The entire industry of fast fashion is based on us being dissatisfied with the thing that we just bought. Something that was made in a sweatshop by children who are chained to a machine for 10 hours a day in some windowless basement in some godforsaken hole in the Far East. And they paid, threepence halfpenny a day for the privilege of working there 7 days a week. And do we care about that? Of course not. All we're interested in is £3 for a T-shirt. And I like it. It's nice. That's not helping the planet. It's ruining it. Caroline said, so get yourself together, Lynn. Look at yourself in a mirror. I want you to think about what you've done. Caroline says it's the younger generation who are really going to be affected by climate change. Come on, kids, get off your phones and protest. Well, you've got a slim chance of that, Caroline, because the kids have been hypnotised by the evil people that propagate social media. And they are evil. They're like drug dealers. They're all hooked on that stuff. And there's nothing even pleasurable about it. They're just firing off pheromones. Every time they get a bing or a bong or a like or a thumbs up, or every time their phone goes, or that's how we used to communicate. You tell that to the kids today and they won't believe you. It was called a typewriter. Of course, kids these days wouldn't even dream of typing messages to each other. Oh, no, that's right. They do it all the blooming time. It's just that instead of using all of their fingers, they just use their thumbs. I've almost given up on the human race. We appear to be going backwards. We're typing like apes now, utterly addicted to a smartphone. Our smartphones are making us stupid. Kids aren't going to do anything at all. I heard today that kids spend 6 hours a day gawping at social media. 6 hours! 6 hours! What are you doing for 6 hours? Well, I'll tell you what they're doing. They're looking for that dopamine hit again. Oh, someone likes me. I've put up a wobbly picture of a concert that I went to and somebody gave me a thumbs up. I'm famous. That's what they're after. The dopamine hit. It were grand when I were a lad. The dopamine hit that we used to get were from actual real-life drugs instead of screen-based.
I'm taking you off the air. I think you're having a breakdown.
Well, already? 0345 6060 973. I don't want to get into it, but just that story about the, Craig Mackay, who remained in his car while Khalid Massoud killed an officer last year. And the resultant finding is that he couldn't have done nothing because he was unarmed at the time. He could not have affected the outcome in any way, shape or form because he didn't have any weaponry on him. Which is just... But two things. First of all, that's just such garbage. Oh, please, what are they talking about? He could have affected a change in the outcome by just getting out of his car and waving his arms about, by shouting and hollering, by blowing his whistle. And second, I mean, what were we expecting? The guy's a desk jockey. He's just a podgy politician. Without the proper weaponry, you can't expect our police persons to be heroes in circumstances like this. They all need to be armed. Why are we pretending that they don't? Like we're still living in the 1950s, and this is Dixon of Dock Green. Not Dixon of Dock Green. This text says, you're totally wrong on global warming. Oh, God, keep getting things wrong all the time. Why can't I do my research? It says, you're totally wrong on global warming. The science doesn't support what you're telling everyone. The Earth is about to suffer serious cooling. Wow. Well, I certainly hope so.
Yowza.
Wouldn't that be cool? To be cool. I can only dream of such a thing. See, this is another one of these people that says, I don't believe in science, so we don't have to do anything. It's rather the other way around. I don't want to have to do anything, so I'll come up with some excuse. And the excuses usually are, well, scientists got something wrong once, therefore we don't need to listen to them ever again. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. Here's a call in Whetstone. Hello, Rick.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, Ricky, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey, Ricky.
I think I've got to say you're surrounded. All the texts, the last call you had, I thought was great. First of all, can I just talk about your podcasts? It's just you can't... I've signed up to the podcast, paid my money, and I used to download them freely. Well, not freely, for paying me money.
No, wait a minute. Are you talking about my personal podcasts?
Yeah. Oh, no, the online LBC
Okay,
podcast.
well, please put any letters of complaint in the post.
I just want to download the podcast. Tell them to sort it out. Okay, I'll move on.
Which podcast?
Well, all the presenters, we used to just sign in, and then it would say the freebies and then the ones that you pay to download, and they've said now that they're not accepting subscriptions. It's all free, but I think you've got to go via... I don't have a smartphone or any of that.
Oh, you want to catch up, Rick? Step into the 1990s. You never know, you might like it.
Okay, anyway, I'll try and solve that another time. First of all, global... I don't know where to start, because global warming... I'm completely with you, and I'm happy to accept all the science that the world is warming up and we're all doomed, or at least we're going to have temperatures as though we lived in the Mediterranean.
No, I know that sounds nice, but if we're going to have temperatures that are in the Mediterranean, then the Mediterranean are going to have temperatures that are in Africa, which would be a big problem, huge, because the African people will be on fire, which will mean that they will want to leave where they are by the billions. And guess where they'll come? North.
Which takes you on to the last caller, who you weren't overly sort of polite to. The one that...
Who, me?
The one that... what he was saying is that I don't care. He was actually rebelling against the demand that everybody cares. And I think what's really happened is that the human race is not used to dealing with or being confronted with problems that are so far remote from their ability to control the problems. And I think that's what's really going on. We're being asked to care about things, and we're sort of, as a human race, we just... It's overload. We can't care. You've got to care about
you're reading too much into it. We just are selfish, and we don't want to change our fabulous lifestyles. We don't want to have to lift a finger in order to prevent something from happening that isn't in view at this moment.
Well,
we'd rather pretend that it's not going to happen, and cross our fingers and hope for the best, rather than eating less meat or driving our fewer car journeys or taking fewer planes or buying fewer clothes and all those treats that we like.
All those things you've just identified there, less meat, fewer clothes, whatever. The objective, as I understand it, is to change the weather. Is that really? Because that's what.
No, not
really
the weather, the climate.
What? Well, the climate is just... they talk about these weather events and the climate. The point is, because I think the climate is just lots of weather days all added together. The point is, we do not trust the people who are saying we can change the weather for you.
No, it's not the weather, you dope. It's the climate. The weather is a consequence of the climate. And when I said you dope, I meant that in the most respectful way possible.
No, you called me the idiot last time I called.
Did I? When will you learn?
It's the same thing. It's just a small unit as opposed to the whole. The climate is a collection of the weather.
No, that's not true. The weather is a consequence of the climate.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll accept that. But the point is that they're both individually climate, and we'll forget the weather then, we'll just talk about the climate, is going to be extremely difficult to change. And the people that want to change it have this... No, the idea is... you're getting it wrong. The idea is getting emotional. Is that what you just said? Yeah, people are getting emotional. Well, we're talking about the end of the world. I'm not going to put all my faith in people that are just emotional. I want people very cool-headed, calm-headed, matter-of-fact, saying... That's what's happening. Let's go down with it. And they don't get hysterical.
But the UN Department of whatever it was, the UN. Hang on, the Intergovernmental Panel. Listen to me. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is not emotional. They didn't shout this. They just released it quietly into the world. People like me are shouting about it. No one should pay attention to me.
The United Nations have a Saudi Arabian guy head of the Human Rights Commission. That organisation's a joke. Nobody takes it seriously. It's part of the globalisation.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Part
of the globalisation. What does that mean?
it means that we don't trust a word that comes out of the United Nations. You just listen to all their people.
You know, you are guilty of the exact same thing that I just said. Because scientists got something wrong once, people like you now believe that no one ever has to listen to another scientist on any subject ever again for the rest of their lives.
I'll listen to that physics scientist guy who did the gender talk. He sounded wonderful. I've been right through that talk that
Who?
he did. And he sounds like he hit it on the nail. But people don't listen to scientists because he's the sort of guy that just says it as it is and doesn't throw his emotion in there. It was just... So there are loads of good scientists. Unfortunately, they're all getting their money from the government. So they're all
That's
being
not
sort of-
true.
Well, a lot of them are getting their money
All
from the
scientists are getting their money from the government.
Well, it's funding coming from big corporations, and they're investing.
So not the government, then.
No, but they're all.
So you were
investing.
lying about that.
Well, lying is a strong word.
You were misinformed
I was.
and were trying to disseminate that misinformation. Is that correct?
That's correct. But getting onto climate change, I don't think any scientist has actually said we can guarantee this change in the weather.
Of course they can't guarantee it.
So why are we going to stop eating meat? Why are we going to stop digging up oil? Why are we doing all the things? I know 25 years ago, they were saying by the year 2000 it was going to be turning bad. And it just... There aren't enough statistics. I think Philip Eden, do you remember Philip Eden?
There aren't enough statistics. Oh, so we'll just wait until we're all dead, and then we can start believing the scientists.
Sometimes waiting is not a bad idea. We're talking about...
Well, it depends. It depends, Rick. If you're waiting at the side of the road, then it's a good idea. If, on the other hand, you've reached the middle of the road, the edge of catastrophe, and you decide to wait there, then that's a bad idea.
But catastrophe is a strong emotive word, and people just...
I mean, if there's a lion charging towards you, would it be a good idea to wait to see what happens? No.
I think you'll find the human instinct is you will freeze. That's the point.
Yeah, but whether the human instinct is to freeze is just because your brain gets confused with all of these chemicals that are running around, and you don't know whether to fight or flight.
Exactly.
But that's not a good way to guarantee your survival. To freeze in the onrush of disaster.
Well, the fact that it's been put into the biology, I suggest that it might be a good idea. I can't actually put a finger on why, if a lion's charging at you, why it's a good idea to freeze.
Well, it isn't.
Well, the human
No, it isn't.
evolution has suggested that it's got something going for it. I don't know what that is.
Okay, well, I'll meet you at the entrance to London Zoo, and we'll put that to the test, Rick. Bring a ladder, 0345 6060 973. You can test 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. I think I cut him off just in time. Did he have anything more to say?
Yes.
Oh, well. Never mind. He was talking about podcasts, by the way. I've got a podcast out, the first in a series. I'll be doing another one pretty soon. But if you haven't picked it up yet, then I thoroughly recommend that you do that. I think you'll find it to be a delight and an amusement. And it also, this series is going to include some of my favourite calls from this show. That last one may be one of them in there for a future podcast. But the one that's out at the moment, I think you'll find totally excellent in every regard. And you can find it on iTunes. It's called Nick Abbott Habit, Series 2. Or if you join me on Twitter, I'll point you in the right direction first thing tomorrow morning. And on Twitter, I'm @NIAbbott, 2Bs, 1T. Also Facebook. Plus, stop looking at social media, kids.
He is a very sick and dangerous man.
Well, sick, anyway. John from Canterbury says, I think I've cracked it. I've opened 12 false... This is about social media. He says, I've opened 12 false email accounts, and I keep liking everything I write to myself. I'm isolated, but very loved. He's loving himself.
Disgusting.
This text says, you don't believe in God. Why should we believe in what you and the scientists lie to us about? The last time I checked, this was a free country. Jesus Christ. Now, I don't know whether that's he's signing off Jesus Christ, as in yours sincerely, Jesus Christ, or he is uttering a blasphemous oath. Maybe it's a blasphemous oath. think that's probably correct.
Affirmative.
Yeah, I just got a message from a blasphemous oaf. Oafs to the left of me, oafs to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Get Steelers Wheel on the phone and they'll sing it to us. Jerry's not answering? Try, Joe. Maybe Joe would like to sing it to us.
Rock and roll!
Herding sheep? Here is Enfield. Bill.
Hi.
Bill.
I'm a first-time caller.
Yes.
And I just wanted to say that I understand all this scepticism about these climate sort of predictions and, what's going to happen and the contradicting views about whether we're going to get warming or cooling when we can't actually tell accurately what the weather's going to be like next week. Oh, my
God. It's not the weather, it's the climate.
The climate. But ultimately, I don't think we can actually sort of hide all these natural disasters. And what I think we should be trying to do is to actually highlight that America's actually going to come off worse if you look at all these hurricanes and these flooding and stuff that's basically been going on over there.
Well, New York will be first to go.
Yeah. So what I think we should be doing is actually trying to highlight this to the American people.
No, they don't care.
And
they don't care. They're not rightly interested in science. They think that Jesus will save them. Or Donald Trump. Or, maybe some people are conflating the two.
You are going to love President Trump.
Yeah, well, yeah, he makes my blood boil,
yeah,
but
me
that's
too.
another story. But I think, honestly speaking, we should be trying to highlight to these people that they are actually going to be affected, because at the minute they're just sort of under this bubble of whatever Trump says,
Well, they still haven't figured out that he is not going to bring them riches and wealth, health and happiness. They still believe that after everything that he's done against them, taking away their health care, adding $1 trillion to the national debt that the dopey taxpayer is going to have to pay for either now or later on down the road, giving tax breaks to billionaires. They see all of this and they still don't recognise that they're being lied to on a constant basis. Why? I could say that they're poorly educated.
I love the poorly educated.
He actually said that to them, to their face. He said to them, I love the poorly educated, and they went, woo!
Well, I think they're going to find that this wall that they're putting up is actually going to keep them in rather than...
Exactly, yes. It'll be keeping them in, yeah. And Mexico still won't pay for it. All right, thanks a lot, Bill. 0345 6060 973.
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
Yeah, he ain't going to build a wall. Patrick in Dockland says, I'm a globally warmed listener with material. Oh, no. Well, I need read no further. Let's have Bo. Hello, Felix.
Hello, yeah.
Felix.
Yeah, I just thought I'd bring a little glimmer of light to your...
some sanity. Thank goodness you called.
Hopefully, yes. Basically, it's about thorium nuclear reactors.
Oh, no.
No. Thorium nuclear reactors can eat the waste of uranium-235 and plutonium-239.
I'm sorry, are you talking about borium?
No, I'm talking about thorium.
Because it sounds borium to me.
No, it's not. You can read an article by a group of scientists.
Reading?
No.
I'll wait till the video comes out.
No, produce a solution of quality low-carbon bridge of a truly sustainable energy source, solving a huge portion of mankind's negative environmental impact. That's from the Georgia Institute of Technology.
Wow, I've never been so boriumed.
I'm trying to give you a glimmer of light in your despair.
Light?
You don't want it.
The nuclear power industry is not a glimmer of light.
You see, you're thinking of a standard nuclear power station.
Yes.
These are non-standard nuclear power stations.
Oh, well, you should have said.
They utilize thorium-232, which doesn't produce the same type of waste as a standard nuclear power station. It can eat the old waste of the old power stations, and it doesn't produce nuclear bombs.
Well, power stations don't produce nuclear bombs.
No. The waste product of ordinary nuclear power stations produce weaponized uranium-238, which is used for plutonium for nuclear weapons.
Right, and you know that all this because?
Well, you can just simply let your fingers do the walking to a Wikipedia article called Thorium-Based Nuclear Power.
I'm definitely not going to do that.
Well, hopefully your audience might.
I very much doubt it. we haven't got the money to build our own ordinary nuclear power stations.
Well, the Indians and the Chinese are starting to build them. So they'll be in front of us.
Well, they definitely will be in front of us. We'll be trailing in their wake, but like floaters on the ocean wave.
The old waste from the old nuclear power stations, they have to bury underground, and it lasts for tens of thousands of years. You put it in one of these nuclear power stations, it comes out, and it's basically a pollutant, and it has to be collected for maybe 150 years, which is much more controllable.
Well, if
tens of thousands of years or hundreds of years, which would you prefer to go for?
I don't care, because I'll be dead in either scenario.
Yeah, but you still have children and your children's children. Yeah.
No.
And in terms of global warming, I think might be a good idea to call it chaotic climate change, which is a more accurate description of what it is in terms of a layperson. Scientifically, it is global warming, but for lay people, it should be described as chaotic climate change, because that's what it is.
Right. Well, when you say lay people, you mean stupid people.
Non-scientists. You say to a non-scientist who's living in Northern Europe, global warming, and say, yippee, we can grow more grapes.
And grapes make?
Wine.
Bingo!
Yes, everybody happy, yes.
Yeah. All right, thanks for the good news, Felix.
All right, bye-bye.
I have no idea what he was talking about. 0345 6060 973. Hands up. Does anybody have any idea what that last call was about?
No.
It was something about, I don't know, it was very, very boreum. Something about eating a lot, which made me hungry, apart from anything else. Oh, speaking of eating, by the way, that's the other big thing that we are in desperate need to change, and I'll come to that in a minute. Stephen Motherwell says, seems the way to end global warming is to revert back to horse and cart. But the way Brexit is heading, we might end up eating the poor horses. Well, I bet they'd be absolutely delicious. I mean, they probably taste a little bit like chicken, don't you think? Let's have, see if I can squeeze this call in. Croydon. Hello, Terry.
Oh, yeah. I just want to add a bit of gloom to the climate. Well, countries like China, which is the biggest producer of CO2.
Yes.
Then the United States. Mm-hmm. Then India. And the thing about India is there's a lot of people there, and they don't use very much. They don't actually emit much. So as they get richer, and they, produce more,
yes,
their use is going to rocket. Same with Indonesia, Bangladesh, Pakistan.
If everybody lived the life of the rich West, then we'd need another planet to store all our rubbish.
That's right. So how are we going to do that when you've got countries like America producing 15% of the world's emissions?
Yeah, and China is even worse than America.
Well, no, it doesn't produce as much per capita. It gets a bit confusing.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter about per capita. I'm talking about per country. It doesn't make no difference. They're both very, very bad for the future of the planet of the only planet that's actually livable. It's the only one we've got, and it doesn't appear that we care remotely what happens to it. If caring means changing our behaviour one iota, no one cares. It's amazing. I think that's the very definition of stupidity. Our species is doomed unless our numbers can be thinned out considerably. If only someone would bring us to war.
I'll bring us into war.
Our saviour.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Yes, it's about the imminent destruction of everything that we hold dear. The United Nations say that with global emissions showing few signs of slowing, and the United States of America currently being run by a kaleidoscopic clown show, who are rolling back a suite of Obama-era climate measures. You remember when Barack Obama was the leader of the free world, don't you? That was back when things made sense. Oh, come on, where is it? That's 3 times I had to hit that. I don't think that touchscreen technology is going to work. I just don't think it's going to catch on. The prospects for meeting the most ambitious goals of the Paris Agreement look increasingly slim, says the United Nations.
Oh, no.
To avoid racing past a warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius over pre-industrial levels would require a rapid and far-reaching transformation of human civilization at a magnitude that has never happened before, the group says. In other words... And the world's population received this information and stuck their fingers in their ears and hummed loudly to themselves and said, "We're not listening." No one cares. That's the most amazing thing that about any of this. Nobody cares. We like to pretend that we do, and the young people have convinced themselves that they care. Oh, tree huggers, every one of them.
Groovy.
Yeah, unless it means that they actually have to change their behaviour in any way, shape or form, unless they take fewer plane rides or buy fewer clothes or eat fewer bits of dead cow. And I'll come to food in just a minute, because that's killing us as well. Slowly, literally and figuratively. Nobody wants to change their behaviour in any way, shape or form, and so the human race is doomed. Simon says, aren't most US states just sticking to the Paris Agreement anyway? No, Simon. I think California has made a big song and a dance about it.
Affirmative.
The governor of California made some strides to reduce their pollution.
Correct.
But that's a perfect microcosm. And if you've been to Los Angeles, then you'll know that the air is almost unbreathable. I mean, the last time I was there, I spent a month in Oregon, the state just north of California, which is the cleanest place I've ever been in my life. It was the air was like nectar. That doesn't work at all, doesn't it? Because who wants nectar up their nose? But it was very, very, very clean, trust me. And after a month of living up there, I then got in a car and was delivered into downtown Los Angeles, and I couldn't breathe. The air was so bad. Like, I was literally shallow breathing. I thought I was going to die. I was looking around and people were just wandering around as though there was no problem. And I thought, I might as well French kiss the exhaust pipe of a bus. So they got to that point, the point at which there's a thick brown layer of air over their entire city that is virtually unbreathable. People receiving alerts.
Warning!
Don't go out. It was so bad. They got to that point before they did something about it. So that's where we are. And California is supposedly the most fast forward and eco-friendly and green and all of the rest of it. Smart, switched-on people. And they waited till they were virtually dead before they decided to do something about cleaning up their own air. So that's the human race, that is. And those are the smart people, supposedly. We just won't do anything until it's too late. And then it'll be too late, by definition. Let's have Ipswich. Hello, Gary.
Hello, Nick.
Gary.
Yeah. Have you ever been on a cold night, sort of 10 miles away from Heathrow Airport, and then gone to Heathrow, and then sort of had a wander around and realised just how warm Heathrow Airport is compared to the rest of the country?
No, I haven't. And that sounds like somebody should be calling security on you.
It is amazing, the heat that's generated from Heathrow. But
well, you notice that in town. I mean, going from the suburbs into the middle of town, any city really, there is a definite increase of several degrees inside and outside, and then the reason is because of all the heat that we produce that is that's wasted. It just goes up into the atmosphere and away. I mean, the lights create heat that's wasted.
Yeah.
People are heating buildings, and the heat leaks out of windows and doors and all of the rest of it. I mean, we're coming into winter now. Practically every shop that you go into is going to have one of those heat blowers just above the front door, and every time the door opens, or more likely the door will just be continuously open so as not to impede any potential shopper's progress inside. And the amount of heat that just is heating the street is just amazing.
Nick, the thing that I agree with you most is this should be the biggest news
Yeah.
in the media at the moment.
And everyone's ignoring it. No one cares.
And I heard the report that said it would cost 2.4 trillion
Yeah.
to amend certain things that could start to bring our climate.
And we don't have the money for that. On the other hand, Donald Trump just gave a $1 trillion tax cut to billionaires.
No. Look, our country's running at 1.6 trillion in debt.
Yeah.
And that's just our little country alone. Every other country is the same, more or less. And if you were to think about it, does it really matter if we were 3 trillion in debt? Would it matter at all?
Well, if we're all underwater, it would be significantly more expensive than just printing the money or just doing something about it. You know, enacting laws. It doesn't have to really cost us anything.
Just print the money and do something about it. And then worry about it afterwards. Because if we don't worry about it now, there won't be a future.
Exactly, there won't be a tomorrow.
And if people in power are not brave enough to actually stand up and make the decisions, one of which should be about the population, and that's for the world. Everybody should be concerned about the population figures, because they reckon it's 6 to 7 billion people in the world now.
Yeah.
And they're talking in the next 20 years of maybe another 2 billion people.
Well, if people would just stop having so much relations with each other.
Disgusting.
Well, I do see a solution to that in terms of not another war, by the way. I see a solution in the fact that so many people are gay nowadays, and gay people are less inclined to have children by huge numbers.
Yeah.
And most,
unless they're famous, in which case they insist on it. You know, they've tried a couple of corgis, and you know, it didn't satisfy their. I don't know.
But normally, what you find is
Instagram accounts.
Normally, what you find is people that actually have the money to give a child a good life and whatever are very aware of having too many children and whatever, and they don't have huge numbers of children.
Get Jacob Rees-Mogg on the phone and he'll explain this to us.
but at the end of the day, we simply got to cut the population.
Yeah, I'm afraid it doesn't. I'm afraid every scenario of cutting populations doesn't work, apart from us being wiped out by either a war or some pandemic that affects all ages equally. I mean, it's the inverted pyramid thing again. If you just do dots for people, then at the bottom there'll be two people, and they'll have one child. And if you, I can't do maths on top of my head right at the moment, particularly this close to a break. But trust me, it doesn't work, because you eventually end up with not enough people who are economically active to keep all of the old types in Synatogen and hemorrhoid cream.
Yeah, but then you're getting into the economics of the world, and this is the problem, because we've created a system that determines that we have to go out and work. I have to drive a truck that chucks out loads of emissions. I have to take goods from far-flung places to places within the UK that have travelled all over the world. Mm-hmm. And this is what the problem is.
Well, you know, part of the but that specific problem is about to be solved by tubes. Did you hear about this? This is very exciting, Gary. Pay attention, you might learn something. We're about to all of the people that deliver stuff in lorries. You are one of those persons, right?
Yeah.
Right. Do lorries come with indicators left and right these days?
Sometimes.
They do? Oh, right. I had no idea. Tubes. Yes, people are going to be.
I only indicate if I feel like the person deserves it.
If absolutely necessary. Yeah.
If they don't deserve it, they don't get the indicator.
No, quite right. Tubes are going to be built down the sides of motorways, and all the goods that you buy that are currently delivered by lorry and van and so on are going to be shot down a tube, Gary, by that Elon Musk maglev, by using magnets and science. So whereas previously it was delivered by belching, badly driven lorries, now it's going to be the thing that you buy that you don't need with money you haven't got is going to be squirted up your house.
I think, Nick, that anyone with a 20-year-old car should actually seriously consider changing it, and anyone with a 20-year-old car that doesn't have an electric car that can afford it, they should be fined £10,000.
Well, you know what? I don't think that my car's actually going to... I think I'm going to lose my car tonight, because if you're planning on coming into the centre of London and parking... apparently you're fresh out of luck, because I normally park really central, and I'm not going to tell you where, because it's a top-secret car parking place that I want as few people to know about as possible. But normally it's guaranteed to be free, and I have a backup plan if it's not free, which means a walk of about 5 minutes or so to where I'm working. But tonight...
See, all the people would have to just look out for is the tatty old little Fiat 100 or whatever you've got.
Whatever it is I've got.
Got a full tyre and the tailplate's hanging on.
I don't think it's going to be there, because both my usual parking space and my backup space was completely verboten.
Oh, no.
They were doing filming or something. They had lorry after lorry after lorry. All these beautiful car parking spaces were taken up, and they had yellow signs and cones all over the road. You can't park within a mile of the centre of London. So I stuck it in a place with a sign next to it that said... Now, I don't know really what it means. It was very confusing, Your Honour, and that is my excuse. I can't afford Mr. Loophole, but please let me off. I'm begging you. It said, this is a red zone lane, a red road or something. Do not park here at all ever, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
You're going down the pound tomorrow to pick up the car for 300 quid.
Well, probably. But what does that mean, though? You can't park between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., and then it says 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., and then it had a picture of a bike and a taxi. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's just symbols. It's just like a child just drew a picture to make the road look pretty. Anyway, I wish to register a complaint.
Stop whining.
Dave says, just woke up. Did you mention the lovely wedding today? Wasn't it wonderful? I think he's trolling me. Are you trolling me? No, I did not see the wonderful wedding today. I glimpsed it because it was on every bloomin' news channel on Earth. Constant coverage of something that absolutely nobody cares about, apart from the people that were there. And they cared about it so much that I think some of those women were actually wearing Sky satellite dishes on their heads, just to pick up the feed. Langley, hello, Dion.
Yeah, good evening, Nick.
Oh, hello, mate.
Yeah, not bad, yeah. Same as. Yeah, I'm doing my bit anyway. I've stopped driving now. I don't bother with it. Got rid of my car.
Yeah, I think I got rid of my car tonight. By accident.
Yeah. I just don't enjoy it anymore, really.
Well, there's nothing to enjoy about driving. It's just totally stressful.
Yeah.
Just the concept of driving for pleasure is alien to me.
Even though I've got countryside near me, you know, you sort of go around a corner on a Sunday and you have sort of a dozen cyclists coming at you from the other side of the road.
Yeah, it's not the cyclists that are a problem. It's morons in hatchbacks.
Yeah.
And 4x4s.
Yeah, I've got a few people got 4x4s near me.
Audis, they're a big problem. In fact, everybody else on the road but me is a big problem. Huge.
Exactly. Well, I'm not anymore, so I've stopped. Yeah, I don't know, the world ended and all that. You know, I'm not naive, but I hear so many arguments about it. I mean, if someone said to me, if we don't hurry up, the world's going to end like 2 weeks next Thursday or something.
Yeah.
You know, it's just so many arguments about it.
Even if we did have that, even if you don't stop eating meat right now, or stop buying clothes that you don't need, or stop turning on the heating when you don't actually need to, just put a jumper on. If you didn't do that right now, then by next Friday, the water will be up to your eyeballs. We still wouldn't do anything about it. Oh, that's next Friday. Who cares? I could be dead by then.
Yeah, I know, we do have a lazy attitude over it.
It's not lazy, it's selfish.
Yeah, it's selfish, I suppose,
and lazy.
Yeah, you know.
What a combination.
But, you know, we can't just go back to the old days and that, you know, where
what old days?
Well, you know, like someone said earlier, you know, we go back 100 years and go back to old technology and that. You know.
Oh, horse and cart.
Yes, and
now, see, that would be that would be relatively useful because you don't actually have to park a horse. You could just leave it.
Yeah,
you just walk away, get another one.
A couple of people now and again, they got the you know, the pony and trap things with the two wheels.
Yeah.
They come up and down my road now and again.
What?
You know, yeah, from the local...
Where are they coming from? The 1950s?
The local travellers' site. They got a permanent site there, and they like their horses, and they have them...
What a concept. The local travellers have a permanent site. That rather makes them not travellers, then, doesn't it?
Exactly. It's a bit hypocritical, isn't it?
Well, it's a bit strange. How can you be travelling and yet not go anywhere?
Well, it's just the name they have for them, isn't it? Yeah, they got some horses and a couple of these little two-wheel buggies, and I suppose there's no tax on them or insurance or anything. I suppose they can go hurtling around.
It's like those pedalos. What do they call them? The tuk-tuks. The things. I bet my glamorous assistant knows. What are they called?
Rickshaws.
Rickshaws. No, they're things that clog the streets outside and carry screaming drunk people around in the middle of the night at the weekend. What are they called? Are they rickshaws?
I want to say rickshaws.
Yeah. The rickshaw is something that's carried along by a bloke that's running.
Yeah, in China and
well, yeah, in like Leicester Square. Yeah, China, Leicester Square, everywhere.
I think they've got electric ones now.
Well, no, they're have they? Oh,
yeah.
They're bikes. You know,
I know the things you mean in central London.
Yeah, do they call them rickshaws?
I'm pretty sure.
Right, okay, well, we're pretty sure. That means we've got no idea. That's just a complete guess on our part.
They run like a mini-cab service, don't they?
Well, I don't know. I think it's just a service to carry around people who are too drunk to understand how much it is they're about to be charged to be taken down the road. Because at first they're all excited because they light them up like Christmas, and at first it's all ooh and ah, and then comes the running and the screaming when they're presented with a bill.
Yeah, definitely, yeah, but
why isn't Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, hosing these people off the streets? Why doesn't he have the police beat them to the ground with their truncheons and taser them while they're lying helplessly on the ground? Why isn't he requisitioning Boris Johnson's Waffensquirter 9000 and giving them the hose?
Oh, the water cannon things, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Other than that, I wish them all the best. You know, them and the men with selling their smelly nuts.
Yeah.
They should be driven off the road. All those floating Yodas as well. At first I was amazed, and then I was just, kind of bored. You've seen it once and you figure out what they're doing. And the floating Yodas, their attraction diminishes considerably.
I don't know if you remember, Nick. I remember the 70s coming out, say, when to watch a band in a club. Used to come out and have them hot dog stands.
Yeah. And you know what they're made of? Actual hot dogs.
I don't know what they were, but...
No, I'm telling you.
But they did smell good when you come out.
No, not good. Bad.
I know they're not good.
I mean, just that smell itself.
Warning! Warning!
I mean, how much more of a warning do you need? This is not fit for human consumption.
I don't know. Are they still going in central London?
They're everywhere. Them and the people that set up bands with electrified PA systems to pollute the air for hundreds of yards around. They just take over. How are they allowed to take over? Police persons should be arming themselves in order to take them out.
I remember now why I left London and moved to Leafy, Berkshire.
Yeah. The noise and the smell and
just about everything and the overcrowding.
Yeah.
But there you go. It's vibrant and that's it. You know. I don't know. I don't know if there is any good music venues, small ones now in London.
Well, you know what I saw? Reckless Eric is on a tour and he's playing in... because I was looking up... because Joe Walsh is one of my favourite artists of all time.
Yeah,
he was the first guy, sort of adult music that I liked when I was like 13 or 12 or 13, something like that. So he's always been my favourite. And he plays with the Eagles now, of course, and the Eagles are coming around and they're going to be playing... I think it's Wembley Stadium, and the tickets are of the order of £150 each. There's just no way I'm going to go and stand there for 2 hours listening to Eagles songs in the hope that Joe Walsh actually cranks out "Turn to Stone" or something like that. And I know I'll be disappointed. It's just that's preposterous amount to spend on a gig. And so I thought, what's cheap and coming up that I might be able to afford? Reckless Eric. It was, he was part of the Stiff catalogue in the good old days when, music was good. And I think it's like 16 quid or something like that to go and see Reckless Eric. In the 100 Club or somewhere like that. Somewhere that you don't think still exists, but is actually still there.
Maybe Dingwalls,
Is it?
As far as I know it is, yeah.
Yeah, well, what do you know, though? You're in Langley, in Berkshire. You couldn't be more cut off.
No, I used to live in North London, and Camden was where I went at weekends. Yeah, good small music venues, I mean, I wouldn't want to go and see a band at Wembley or the O2.
Oh, yeah, really, what's the point? Buy the video. It'll be more immediate.
Yeah.
Yeah, Camden was just labelled one of the urban wonders of the world. Presumably by somebody who'd never been there. All right, thanks a lot, Dion. I've got to go. 0345 6060 973. There is another side to all of this. The imminent demise of everything that we hold dear. And our inability to do something about pollution and, the way we live our lives is one thing, because we don't associate the effects of how we're living our lives with the effects on the climate. Even if we're told that there is an effect, there is, a consequence of our actions, we prefer not to believe it because we don't want to change the way we live our lives, because we're essentially utterly selfish. But there is something else that is... it has an effect on the environment, but also has an effect on us personally, and we're feeling it at this moment. And so we're more inclined to change that. And I'll come to that in just a minute. So maybe there is hope. Graham in Atlanta and Donnie in central London say those bike-powered cabs are called pedicabs. Pedicabs. Yeah. I don't know why they're allowed. Why are they allowed? Police persons should be pulling those pedicab cyclists from their velocipedes and beating them to the ground. Unless that's an extreme point of view, in which case I retract it. Pete says an objective overview of global warming and the future of life on Earth shows that life can be sustained and survive well into the distant future with only one change to the current position. Take out the element that is destroying the planet and itself, us. Or us, as you're supposed to say. I'm really trying hard not to say us. I've spent an entire life saying us, which sounds correct to me. Us sounds a little bit prissy. Us. It just doesn't sound right. Us. Us or us? I'm going to go with us. Take us out. Quite right too. But that's what we're trying to avoid. I mean, of course the world would benefit from a lack of us. I mean, with us on the planet, it will still survive. It might just be a charred lump. That's all. It'd still be there. I mean, it's not going to explode, is it? And John from Grays says, if you want nice air, go to Austria. I was there last week, and even in the capital city, Vienna, especially in their public parks, the air was nice and clean, he says. Yeah, there was some reports about the air over London the other day. People were reporting here, there, and everywhere, baby, that it smelled like a combination of a draining cleaner and chlorine. Did you experience any of that, my glamorous assistant?
I was going to say, is that news? I think it always smells a bit rough.
No, people were... You remember the Burling Gap near Eastbourne last year or the beginning of this year? I can't remember. It's like time. Time means nothing. And it just sort of drifts away, doesn't it? The years go by so fast. But some while ago, there was this cloud of noxious fumes that came over the place, and people didn't know what it was, and they couldn't figure out where it was coming from. And I think the authorities tried to kid on that it was an algal bloom. Yeah, sure it was. And something similar to that happened in London just the other day. People were all over social media taking pictures of themselves through the fog. And then they said it smelt like a little bit of chlorine and like Dettol and drain cleaner, which is not a good combination, not for air. A noxious emission. Which, come to think of it, would be an excellent name for a rock band.
Rock and roll!
The Noxious Emissions. I should have called my podcast that. Nick Abbott's Noxious Emission. 0345 6060 973. By the way, I'm going to mention this frequently. There's going to be another podcast coming shortly, but episode 1 of series 2 is available on iTunes. And I think you'll be utterly delighted in every way, shape and form. It's funny. And it's got the first of some of my favourite calls to this programme. And if you join me on Twitter, then I'll point you in the right direction as soon as I get up tomorrow morning. I promise. And on Twitter, I'm at NIAbbott, 2Bs1T. Plus on Facebook. But, like I said, kids, stop looking at social media. Right, get this. Because this is all part of the same problem. Do I have to go back to Koyanis Scarzi again?
Correct.
It's a life out of balance. What we're living at the moment is a life out of balance. We are not in harmony with nature.
Groovy.
It's like we're fighting against it. And it will eventually fight back with great vengeance. A new study has found that the world, that means you, need to cut your meat consumption and stop wasting food. Otherwise, the planet will not be able to support human life. You know, nothing major, it's just that we're all going to die. But you know what? If God didn't want us to eat cows, he wouldn't have made them out of meat. Scientists, here we go again. Bloomin' scientists say that the world could feed its growing population without causing irreparable damage to the environment if people ate less meat. Ooh, so yummy. If you eat less meat and halve the amount of food that we waste, and if we adopted better farming practices. Other than that, we're doing very, very well. apart from getting everything wrong, we're doing splendidly, thank you. Failure to implement these actions means that we're all going to die. It could exacerbate climate change, increase pollution, and deplete natural resources. It may even mean that you have to wait an extra day for your Amazon delivery. Oh, no! So we will spring into action, naturally, having heard these warnings, having heeded them. We'll leap into action and say it really is awful and something should be done. And then we'll go back to putting a giant steak on the coal-fired barbecue. Which, by the way, is a definite possibility tomorrow. It's never mind about any of this. We'll save the world later. Tomorrow's going to be a fantastic day. It's going to be the last day of summer. Wait a minute, please. One moment while I check. Look at that. 75 degrees tomorrow. That that is actual summer. That is the height of an ordinary summer. 75. Wow. And sunny all day long. A little bit of wind, no rain. Not in London, anyway. In Eastbourne, 71 degrees and sunny. In Cambridge, 77. Holy moly. 77. That's almost 80. For the middle of October, I am stunned. Glasgow will have their own weather. I mean, it's kind of sad. I'd love to live in Glasgow, if only it was somewhere else. Because it's a great city, it just rains all the time. 77 degrees in Cambridge tomorrow, 55 and raining in Glasgow. That is unfortunate. But, you know, that's what you get for living in Glasgow. But 75 degrees and sunny in, in the southeast, which is, you know, why it's more expensive to live there. But that's tomorrow. Never mind about tomorrow. Let's think of today. Scientists have said that the world can feed its growing population, because there's going to be 10 billion of us before you know it, because we will continue to have hot, intimate relations with each other.
Disgusting.
And unless we do something about it, then we're all doomed. Other than that, everything's fine. The analysis has suggested that the environmental impacts of the food system could increase markedly owing to expected changes in food consumption and production and the absence of targeted measures, which would exceed planetary boundaries to the extent that key ecosystems could become at risk of being destabilized. Does anybody have any idea what that means?
No.
It means we're all going to die. You see, now, if they didn't put it like that, I mean, a lot of wordy verbiage, I mean, the amount of syllables in that paragraph was just off the scale. I had to get my calculator out. I'd take my shoes and socks off, counting my fingers and my toes. Shall I read it again?
No.
The analysis suggested that the environmental impacts on the food system could increase markedly owing to expected changes in food consumption and production, and, in the absence of targeted measures, would exceed planetary boundaries to the extent that key ecosystem processes could become at risk of being destabilized. Is that clear? No. And what that means, in terms that people can understand, is it could be unsafe for humanity. What a phrase. That's what they said. That if we don't make the serious changes in the way we both eat and produce our food, it could make the planet unsafe for humanity. I'm not making that up. That's what they said. They should have led with unsafe. They had me at unsafe for humanity. So what do we need to do in order to change our this dystopian future? Well, hang on a minute. Let me say hello to Andrew in Watford. Andrew.
Good evening, Nick. How are you?
I am great, mate.
Good. We're never, ever, ever going to change until it's too late. We're creatures of habit.
Well, not creatures of habit, because we do change the way that we live our lives really rapidly when we're introduced to a small convenience. Like, we used to habitually go to the shops to buy all our stuff. Now nobody can be bothered to go to the shops now because there's a company called Amazon that will send it straight to your door. And we've changed that habit in about 10 years flat, completely.
Minus that. Name one other thing that we've changed.
We don't read books anymore. We don't read newspapers. We can't be bothered to wait till a television program comes out the following week. We want to watch it all now. There's no end of things that we've changed. All that it has to do to make us change our behaviour is to give us a small convenience.
Alright then, so if you think of a small convenience, you're on about, like, the amount of cars on the road. Well, there's a small convenience for that. It's called public transport, but people don't use that.
Yeah, but it's inconvenient.
How is it inconvenient?
Well, because it doesn't stop outside your house. It doesn't go to exactly where you want it to go. It's not your own space. You can't control the stereo. And there's other people riding on it with their coughing and their sneezing and their germs and disgustingness. Disgustingness.
Well, you know, I'm sorry, but if you're talking nonsense, I mean, if you want...
You're sorry? Well, you should be.
You're talking nonsense because public transport's there to ease congestion on the road, but we're all buying... Most families now have 2 or 3 cars. Yeah?
Well, no, but go on.
Right? So, that's a load of people that are driving on the road. There's a perfectly good bus service, you've got a train
well,
service...
it's not perfect. It's not perfectly good, though.
Oh, right. It's not that brilliant at times, I will even admit that. But... you know, there is a public transport system.
Yeah.
It's there. You can use it.
Yes.
You know,
I'm aware of that. I do use it. I travel the bus here, there and everywhere, baby.
It's just people are too afraid to do a little bit of walking and a little bit of waiting.
Yeah.
To use it.
Exactly. It's not convenient. It's not the most convenient thing that we can... do.
Well, if it's not that convenient, the most convenient thing to do is walk, unless it's too far.
Well, yeah, exactly. Plus, no one walks anymore.
No, nobody cycles, nobody jogs, nobody runs.
We just don't move. We prefer not to move at all. You know, if we could conduct our entire lives from our bed and have a carer just come in and roll us from one side to the other to avoid bed sores, then we'd much prefer that.
Most probably, but I mean, they're on about bringing out all these electronic cars. Well, they already have started to do it because even the London taxis are now electric.
No, they're not.
There's going to be one.
London taxis are electric? Rubbish.
There are some London taxis that are electric.
I'll blow your mind, Andrew. Do you know that at the beginning of the previous century, in about 1900, there or thereabouts, maybe 1910, all of the cabs in New York were electric. Can you believe that?
What?
Yeah, I know.
The cabs in
New York were electric. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, what did they charge them?
I don't know. From the electric point, I don't know where they charge them, but I think that's actually true. And I saw that there was a picture of it in, I think it's the Design Museum, when the label that came with that photograph says this is a picture of New York cabs. It's a little known fact that all of the cabs in New York in around 1910 were electric. My mind just went pop.
Yeah, well, if all cabs were in New York were electric, then why did they go back to petrol-powered cabs?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think it's because the exact same way, the exact same reason that the current president of the United States seems to be enacting policies for the benefit of the oil and the coal companies is because they have an almost unlimited amount of money to pay lobbyists to get presidents to do whatever they want.
Anyway, there's a small problem with the electric car anyway. With pedestrians walking out and just sitting in the middle.
Oh, please. They can't hear them coming? Oh, rubbish.
Yeah.
Well, you should look.
Well, yeah, I'd agree with that. You just take a walk through Watford High Street after it's just been done up.
And for the people that say, and there's some justification to say that cars should make a noise because people who are who have a problem seeing won't be able to hear them coming. Well, what about Rolls Royces? They don't make a noise. Should we have Rolls Royces? Have some sort of alarm signal, just constantly going.
That would work.
Yeah.
Or the other thing to do is paint all cars bright yellow.
Well, that's not going to help if you can't. It doesn't matter what colour they are if you can't see.
Well, true. Or just have a massive foghorn on the front.
A massive foghorn on. That's not actually a bad idea.
I'm a nutcase.
We could mount Nigel Farage on the front of a car. He'd definitely get people to move.
Yeah, I would agree with that at times. But no, we're never ever going to change with the car.
Well, we're never going to change our lifestyles in any way, shape or form until the point at which it's too late, until the point at which what we have done has caused something that is so catastrophic that we will have to change. But at that point, it will be too late.
Mind you, though, Oxford's already doing it because you can't drive in anywhere in Oxford without hitting a bus line.
I was in Oxford. I was in Oxford just the other day, and it's just it bowled me over by how beautiful and unspoiled it is, and I hope it continues to be so forever.
I read something on the BBC News app this morning. Leverstock Green is expanding, which in other words means it's going to ruin the beautiful little bit of greenery that I have there.
What is expanding?
Leverstock Green. It's a little village. It's apparently expanding. The population has just expanded, so they're planning on building that.
Well, the population is expanding everywhere you look. Too much pizza, I think. All right, leave it with me. I'll come up with a solution. Don't you worry about that. Thanks a lot, Andrew. 0345 6060 973. Oxford is just, it's an amazingly beautiful place. I could, if I tweeted a picture of it. I took a snap. It didn't have my face in it. I know that's almost against the law now to take a picture with your mobile phone that doesn't have your stupid fat face filling the frame. But I'm like old school. I take pictures of things that I see rather than a picture of me all the time. Because absolutely nobody wants to see a picture of me, including me.
Yes.
But, I can't imagine how students there can concentrate in amongst all that beauty. I think having to go to lectures and do essays and just read books, that would kind of ruin it, really. It also occurred to me that £9,000 to go to a university in this country. Now, if it's where I went, let's say Brunel University, which is where I went, which looks like a chemicals factory, and I had a view of a brick wall outside my window in the third year, then £9,000, particularly for an arts or, like an arts-based subject that doesn't require equipment, that seems a bit steep, doesn't it? I mean, particularly as they don't really seem to spend much on tarting the place up a bit. But the colleges in Oxford and Cambridge, Struth, I mean, they're just no end of beauty. They're amazing. These ancient buildings that they have to upkeep. So £9,000 to go to one of those places, that seems like excellent value for money to me. Plus the planting. Does anybody like flowers?
No.
Just me. The grounds, it's like they're in competition with each other to see how many flowers they can stick up the place. So that seems like excellent value for money to me. £9,000 to go to a university at Oxford or Cambridge. Not so much these the red brick universities or colleges or polys. £9,000 seems like a little bit too much to me. I don't know what they spend it on. How have they got the nerve? This text says there's nothing wrong with our diets, fossil fuel, or the climate. Only overpopulation, overstretching all of our resources. The problem with overpopulation is you cannot solve it by reducing the number of children people have. Because if you do the maths, then you'll see that very rapidly there's too few people who are economically active supporting too many oldsters that ain't doing nothing no more. The only thing that will work is if, like a pandemic or a war, just takes away an enormous number of people of all ages. But if you just concentrate on fewer young people, then it just is unsustainable. It doesn't work. Mark in West Wickham says, I'm going off you tonight, what with all that caller saying to give up Rumpy Pumpy in order to stop overpopulating, and now you want us to give up meat. Life's not worth living. Well, how about you just pick one? And Lawrence in Hainault says, all cabs outside Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam are electric. Mostly £100,000 Teslas, which is why the fare is so high. Of course, the reason that the driver is so high is something else entirely.
Want to score some pot?
Yes, so I want to talk about our increasing fatness. But that is associated with this new study that has come out from scientists using calculators and facts. And they say, in a nutshell, that if we don't change the way that we farm and eat, then this planet could become unsafe for humanity. Which I think puts it into perspective. Too much blooming perspective. The lead author of the study, which is the first to take a comprehensive look at the impact of global food production, Marco Springman, says that no single solution is enough to avoid crossing planetary boundaries. He says, but when the solutions are implemented together, our research indicates it may be possible to feed the growing population sustainably. In other words, we're screwed. If we all pull together as a team, then we'll be fine. So, forget it. It's not going to happen. It is estimated that the world needs to produce 50% more food to supply nearly 10 billion people by 2050.
Oh, no.
50% more food? Now, I can't remember if this is accurate or whether I just dreamed it, but I think that almost all of the land that can sustain food production is being used at this minute. There is no great amount of land that that is untapped. So we're going to have to become more efficient. Plus, eating less would be a good thing. He says, unless things change, the increase in the impact of food production on the environment... No, wait, I'll start this again. It's estimated that the world needs to produce 50% more food to support nearly 10 billion people by 2050. This is the United Nations. And unless things change, this could increase the impact of food production on the environment by up to 90%. To a level where the planet is no longer a safe operating space for humanity. I mean, is that enough to actually gird us into action?
No.
Of course not. No one cares. By 2050, the planet might no longer be a safe operating space for humanity. Good grief. To prevent that, everyone should switch to diets rich in green vegetables. And fruit and nuts, and a diet low in red meat and dairy products. And, as that would mean, we would actually have to do something, and that we'd have to give up things that we like. That is completely out. And we might as well put the for sale sign on the planet and advertise that it needs renovation. Foxtons have the pleasure in offering this planet as a development opportunity. It's a fixer-upper. So these people are recommending that we have less than one serving of red meat per week. And we stop throwing away a third of our food, which we do, apparently. A third. A third of all the food that is produced, we chuck it away because we don't like the look of it. We don't like wonky vegetables or fruit that's got blemishes on.
Disgusting.
You know, like it's been made in nature as opposed to grown in a factory. We're going to have to make some sacrifices and to help those less well off than ourselves. So is everybody in?
No.
Of course not. Nobody's remotely interested. Ian says, I can't believe that people don't bring their own reusable cups into coffee shops. Most shops even give you a discount. Yes. The problem with that, though, is what are you going to do with a cup when you're finished? That is something that coffee shops are going to have to get their heads around, because the mountain of plastic-lined coffee cups that we're chucking away, billions and billions and billions of them, is that is not saving the planet. That's the opposite of that. It's ruining it. But who wants to go around with a mug all day? They need to make a coffee cup that you can squash flat. Gary says, do you remember the last big climate warning held by over 400 of the world's leading scientists on the chosen date of the 2nd of the 2nd of the 2nd? Was that really over 16 years ago when they concluded that global warming is significantly man-made? Really? It was 020202. As in, oh no, oh no, oh no. 400 of the world's leading scientists on the 2nd of the 2nd, 2002. said that we are heading in the wrong direction. We better turn back, or we're all going to die. And the world's population said, oh, well, that's fine then. Let's just carry on. What could possibly go wrong? Hackney. Hello, Richard.
Hello, Nick. It's a bit hard to be light-hearted on the phone. I mean, you're discussing the end of the world.
Yeah, never mind, eh?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's always tomorrow. I think the thing of...
Yeah, that's right. There'll always be tomorrow.
Yeah, except for when there isn't. But
yes.
Up until then. This thing with us eating more meat.
Yeah.
I think when people hear, like, we've got to get control of meat, they get the wrong idea. They think, oh, my God, someone's going to hock the prices up in Tesco's and I'll be paying £15 per Cumberland sausage. And I don't think it's going to go that way, because the amount of meat and beef, everyone talks about beef, it's always cows. The amount of beef we're talking about it's not what you and I buy in Tesco's, it's what the big burger chains are buying. I mean, if I go down to, whatever, McBurger King, and buy a double cheeseburger for 99p, what do you think they're paying per beef patty? Or if I go down to the local chicken shop and buy 3 chicken wings and some chips for a quid, what is the price of each individual piece of chicken? What are they buying it for? What's it made for? I mean, we're talking...
What's it made of would be a better question.
Well, exactly. There was a brilliant book written years ago called Fast Food Nation, which talked about how meat is a factory product. And when you buy, say, a beef patty, you're getting up to 100 different cows all mixed up in that patty.
It's a cocktail.
Yum, yum, yum.
Yeah.
Which means if one of them is ill, if one of them is bad in that 100, hello, it's coming to your door.
Well, I'm sure that none of the people that you have mentioned sell meat that is tainted in any way, shape, or form.
No.
But what you say is right. It's see, this is one of the reasons that I went vegetarian for about 20 odd years, is because I worked in a pie factory.
Right.
And if you see a small amount of meat in a pie, for instance, or in a burger, or mystery meat, it's not a steak. You can't identify it as a bit that's been cut off an animal. Then, if you see a small amount of it, then it's relatively okay. If you see that product in a vat that's 6 feet across and 4 feet deep, a virtual swimming pool of the stuff, then the aroma becomes a little bit more overwhelming.
Absolutely. Can I tell you the other side of the pie factory story? Because I used to work where we advertised the pies. We took the photo of the finished product.
Really?
Yeah, and the rule was you had to put on the front a slice of the pie. Now, the rule was you couldn't add anything into the pie.
You're kidding.
Could. No, you
what rule? Who says that rules?
Well, it's
that was a rule.
The Advertising Agency Authority.
What, are they going to stand over you with a clipboard and say,
well, you never know.
There's some chunks there that weren't actually in that original pie?
They might kick down the door, who knows?
So when you were taking a picture of the pie for the front of the product that you were selling, you couldn't add anything. You just had to take a pie and cut it up, and then presumably reassemble it in a more photogenic...
What you would do is you would take a slice of the pie, and you would say, we're not going to add anything, but by chance, it may be that the entire contents of this pie have ended up in this one slice.
Yeah.
And that's why the thick, luscious pie, stacked full with gravy running down it, on the front, does not in any way resemble that thin, sad thing that you're dragging out of the oven.
Yeah, because behind where the picture is being taken, the rest of the pie pastry case is actually empty. There's nothing in it. Yeah.
But to go back to this thing of...
Well, now, wait a minute. How do they make it look like it does? because there's
you
stuff
don't want to know, mate.
No, I do want to know.
Okay, I mean,
hang on a minute.
Should we go into the roast turkey?
Well, wait a minute. Because the stuff never looks the same when you actually cook. If you buy a burger that has been advertised on a poster, which they'll cleverly put outside a pub, which makes you take a direct line from the pub to the burger seller. Then the limp, pallid grey item that you buy bears no resemblance whatsoever to the picture that was on the poster. So that can't be the same product.
No, same thing. I mean, it may just have been chance that all of the lettuce in the burger made its way to the front.
Right.
It's a serving suggestion. So that cheese that looks so lovely and crispy in the burger, that's just a suggestion. You may also wish to take out a blowtorch, as we did, and crisp it up and make it look all bubbly and melty and wonderful.
Yeah.
Ketchup, it could be that all of the ketchup has made its way to the front and just happened to go to where we put it when we applied it with a syringe.
You know, I don't believe you. I don't believe that they use the same...
Absolutely 100% serious. If you have ever seen a group of 4 grown men sitting around half a burger applying ketchup with a syringe, and you think, this is a job, this is what we are doing, and that, I am being 100%... Do you know how the turkeys look so good?
Turkeys?
Yeah, you know when you see a roast turkey?
Yeah.
It's a raw turkey Ron sealed. It does what it says on the tin.
A raw turkey Ron sealed?
Yes. And it gives you a wonderful golden glow. And when you put it on the family table and photograph it, you're saying this is a serving suggestion. You may wish to cook your turkey, or you may wish to put it on the table and coat it with Ron seal. We're not here to make that decision for you.
Right, and after you've done that, you could hollow it out and use it as a shed.
Absolutely. And this is the start. I mean, you know, a shaving foam is the froth on most beer you see. I mean...
What?
Yeah, it's shaving foam. If you want a good head on the beer.
But now, wait a minute, that's not a serving suggestion. Nobody would put shaving foam. Neither does the shaving foam come with the... No, wait a minute.
A little bit exclusive there.
Hang on a minute. Neither does shaving... hang on, wait a minute. Neither does shaving foam actually come with the pint. So that's added.
What's that?
You were at pains to suggest that the photographs of food do not actually add anything in. And now you're telling me that they put...
No, we can't do that for... We can't do that for the front of the product, because that's the product, that's the packaging that you see when you buy the product. So when we show you the packaging, we're saying what we show you on the package is what actually is in the package.
Why do they have to say serving suggestion on the outside? As though we think that there's going to be... As though we think there's going to be a table and a plate inside the packet.
Yeah. As part of a healthy serving suggestion, you see a cereal bar. They're surrounded by fruit and nuts and whatever.
As though there's going to be actually fruit and nuts in the packet.
Yeah, no, that's a serving suggestion. You could take this product and then put it into the middle of a cornucopia.
Yeah.
And have that for breakfast.
Yeah, well,
and that would be part of a well-mixed diet.
Yeah, as long as you don't actually eat the product, you just eat the fruit.
It would probably be the least healthy part of a well-mixed diet, but it would be part of it.
I suppose so.
Yeah, no, please, I left advertising 10 years ago, and that was before Photoshop was really... Well, it was kicking in, but not in the way they use. But no, it's wonderful. I mean, but to get back to the meat, to get back to the thing, if we said there was a minimum price that you can sell meat, the same way that we say there should be a minimum price you can sell alcohol, it wouldn't affect the price you're paying for your sausage, or your pork chop, or your lamb shank. But it would mean that you couldn't go down to your local burger place and buy a milkshake, a burger, and a can of a packet of fries for £1.50.
Yeah, exactly. Well, okay, it's So that means that with the vast lobbying budget of those corporations, that it will never happen.
It will never happen. No, of course it won't.
All right, thanks a lot, Richard. 0345 6060 973. This thing about food is, of course, directly associated with our increasing obesity. Maybe the fact that we can't see our feet anymore will actually stir us into action. Here's a call in Acton. Hello, Ian.
Hello,
Ian.
I realised that, I didn't realise, it's obvious, but you obviously spend a lot of the time on the radio talking about the environment, is that correct?
I don't know what you mean by a lot of the time.
A lot, like a great deal, compared to the other presenters. But I'll tell you...
I don't know what they do. That's
Every
neither
now and
here nor there. They're going to get affected by it, whether they talk about it or not.
That's true. But every now and again, I must admit, a disproportionate amount of knowledge that I have about the environment is from yourself. So you are also an educator and a warner, because I just finished work. I've just literally come out of work, and I was hit with this wall of warmth.
Yeah.
And I was wondering why I was so warm. I thought it was a coffee or a tea I had. I just sat in the car. I thought my readings were wrong. It says 20.5 degrees Celsius.
Wow.
And it's 12:20 a.m.
Amazing.
We're about 7 weeks away from Christmas.
Isn't it incredible?
So
I love
I
it.
just went online, but that's nuts. And I went online, and we are now, right now, warmer than Kenya. Kenya at the moment, it's only 1 hour or 2 hours ahead. Kenya is 17 degrees, and Ethiopia is 10 degrees right now. You can check that.
Wow. Even the people of Ethiopia are cooler than we are.
So, and I'm out in West London now, just driving home. I can see everyone in their T-shirts, and I wore a coat. I'm sweating.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be even better tomorrow, and by better I mean worse.
Yes. Well, that's it. Yeah. So,
but this is a unique phenomenon. These couple of days here. This is just because the hurricane, whatever it is going to lick up air from down the south. So we'll be getting the air that to the south of France or Spain it would ordinarily be enjoying, but it's going to come to a crashing halt on Sunday when the rain and the cold will come in.
Yeah, and obviously people are just kind of enjoying the warmth. I mean, most people that seem to not be aware of what's going on.
Yeah,
but
this isn't climate change. This is weather. See, the reason that people can dismiss climate change is because they say, well, you say that the world's getting warmer, but it's chilly outside today. So, therefore, nothing. I can ignore everything that you say from now on. It's not weather. We're talking about the climate.
Yeah, climate war. But, what I was thinking was, you remember a time years ago when the conversation, because of we're so fickle. I mean, I remember when the conversation almost every day on a daily basis was about the Iraq War. Do you remember? For a long time. And then
Iraq War?
Anyway,
discord in the Middle East? I find that hard to believe.
No, the 2003 invasion, there was Tony Blair and there was 9/11, that was the whole thing. And then
George W.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, and then there was the fuel, do you remember the fuel crisis we had for a few days? I can't remember, that was a while ago. And then the conversation changed to terrorism, and then since David Cameron's decision to, he's missing, isn't he? What's he doing now?
Nobody cares.
I think this is nonsense.
Yeah, we're still not missing you, Dave.
No, and he went out quietly, and but we've got Brexit now, which is the conversation. I think the next conversation, because this is just a conversation between you and I and all of your followers and listeners, but there'll be a time where the dinner table conversation will just be about the environment, and that would include people who are not passionate and fascinated about the environment. It will be everyone.
The only point at which that will happen is if the waters are lapping at your front door. When it's too late, people will be concerned. People will say, when it's too late, when the water's flooding into their homes, they will say, well, why hasn't anybody done anything about this? Why weren't we told? Well, we were told over and over again.
Yeah.
It's just that to remove the possibility of that occurrence happening, we'd have had to change our lives, and no one is interested in doing that.
And as we kind of, as we'd have to probably get boats from, Acton to central London, that the best thing that we would be able to do at that point is just go to our local MP surgery. What's the best thing that we can do then? In fact, what's the best thing we can do now? Really?
By a Lilo.
Have you ever been to your MP surgery?
No.
Okay.
I'd be amazed if such a thing even existed.
So that's gone. So the only other thing we can do is once every 4 or 5 years vote. So there's not really much we can do.
I don't know.
I mean,
the people voted once for a parliament. That's the people's vote. The people have spoken. Therefore, we need never have another referendum again.
Well, I don't know about that.
We're stuck with Theresa May from now to the end of time.
Fabulous.
Yeah, but that's the thing, isn't it? What's the best we can do apart from just there are groups of people who have the same material, flesh and bones as you and I, but they happen to be in one of the most powerful buildings in the world, in London, and they have more say than we do. Really, we don't have that much say. But I don't care about that. What we need to do is we need to take it to a community level. That's what we need to do. We need to take it into our own hands. So
this is the truth of it. People think that they are helpless, that there's nothing that they can do. That if I'm just little old me, what can I do? But the truth is, as with everything else, the solution lies in our hands. We have all the power. We can snuff out the most egregious polluter in the world within a month. Whoever they are, whether they be an oil company or a coal company or a chemicals manufacturer or a clothes company, whoever they are, we can stop them in their tracks in 1 month's time. We can put them out of business like that. And it won't really cost us anything at all. We just shop with somebody else. I've said this before. I believe that the internet has provided us with something that we haven't actually used yet. The way we've used things that go viral is because we like some cute puppy dog video, or someone gets hit in the face and they slip over in the street, and suddenly 100 million people are laughing about it. What the internet has given us the possibility to do is change the world. At some point, some global spanning corporation will just go too far. And people will think, you know what? No. You've stepped over the line now. I'm not going to shop with you anymore. And then they'll say this on the internet, and then it will spread to hundreds of millions, if not billions of people. And people will think, this oil company screwed up one too many times, so I'm going to drive past that 100 yards to fill up at the next oil company. And that £1 billion business will be swept away by the power of the people. We can do it.
Well, think about it. You're not just because you're more powerful than a lot of us. If you think about it, you've literally got a microphone. In front of your microphone is literally, potentially, millions of people, isn't it? I don't know.
Well, millions of germs, I think, because this thing that covers it, I'm very suspicious of, really, because it's a spit receptacle, essentially, for everybody that uses this microphone.
But you think about what you could do with your voice. You could tomorrow, you should do a documentary.
I could be doing some. I could be doing some good instead of just moaning and whining.
Stop whining.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go, Ian. You've really given me the impetus to do nothing.
Dear, you can talk to me.
Yes, let's have a call in Wallington. Oh, Christine.
Hello, Nick.
Christine.
Yes, we have spoken before, and I just think you're so funny.
Oh, thanks, Christine.
I don't know what your political affiliations are, but you make me laugh.
Well, cheers, my dear.
I was talking about that advertising chap that you were speaking to before.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember, now, my family are all in catering. And I can remember, I'm 73, so I'm...
73 years old.
Yes, I'm 73.
You made it.
Yes. So I can remember years and years ago, about 60 years ago, and they used to make sandwiches, they were talking about, the way they make things look.
Yeah.
That make them look appetising, squeezing tomato ketchup on them and all the rest of it.
Salad cream.
Salad cream or whatever.
What was that stuff that used to come with chunks? Sandwich spread. all over it.
God,
Yeah.
that's disgusting.
Hey? Oh, come on.
No.
Sandwich spread was great.
It was hideous. I'm sorry.
Oh, how can you say
I'm
that?
an Italian and I can cook.
Yeah, well,
I don't do anything like that in my house.
Well, I'm British and I like to open jars. So-
No, but what they used to do was, with the sandwiches, they put all the stuff on the outside edge of the
Right.
sandwiches, and there was not much in the middle.
Yes.
So it made the sandwich look really delicious.
Well, it makes it look full, and that's what
It makes it look full.
Yeah, that's what they
And
do now.
That's what they used to do. They've been doing it for donkey's years.
Yeah. Evil sandwich makers. What they do is they put in 2 rounds of bread. They pile all the. Hang on. Sorry, I had to cough. Have I mentioned that I'm very ill?
Stop whining.
They put all the bit in the middle so that when you cut it in half, it looks like it's absolutely stuffed full. But it's only that tiny bit in the middle where they've cut
I know.
that's got
And
anything in it.
That's what they used to do. They've been doing it for donkey's years. It's not new. It's not new, believe me.
Mind you, 60 years ago, we didn't put anything in a sandwich. If it was a cheese sandwich, there would be just cheese and that's it.
Well, my dad had a cafe, right, in Putney.
Oh, yeah.
And
Whereabouts?
All he would do...
Whereabouts in Putney?
The foot of Putney Bridge.
Okay.
It was called the Bridge Snack Bar. And he used to do ham sandwiches, egg and tomato sandwiches, and cheese and tomato sandwiches, and that's all he did.
And that's it, yeah.
That was it. Because that's the way it was.
Yeah.
But my mother, who's still alive and she's 97, she persuaded him, like, Chris, you've got to do something a bit different. You've got to, do something a bit different. Because every other...
Well, now, what does different mean? Do you mean
do different sandwiches.
Right, like a fried egg and jam sandwich, for instance?
Yes, whatever.
That is actually an excellent combination.
I know.
People turn their nose up when I say that, but a fried egg and jam sandwich, is there anything better than that?
I've never tried that.
Mm-mm.
No, I've never tried that.
How about crisps? A crisp sandwich? I mean, you must have tried that.
No, I've never tried a crisp sandwich. Listen, I'm an Italian. I cook Italian food.
Well, you keep saying that, but you don't...
Italian, we don't do crisps.
You don't sound Italian, Christine.
I know I don't. But believe me, according to my DNA, I'm 82.3% Italian.
Wow.
Yes.
82.3%.
82.3% I'm Italian. And believe it or not, my mother is 11% English. And I'm thinking, why? Because my grandparents, all my grandparents, paternal and maternal, came over at the turn of the century.
Right, because they came over here.
Yeah, they came over here. And they ran a load of cafes.
Yeah, and
in
then...
Westminster, Soho and everywhere.
And then started to inveigle themselves into the charms of the locals.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so I've got to stop phoning up LBC at this time of night before I go to bed. Yes, so, that's what they used to do. And that was what they did. They filled up the outside of the sandwich.
So it's cheating, in other words. Lying to the public.
Cheating.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Of course it was cheating.
Right.
But it made money.
Well, I suppose so.
Yes.
All right, well, thanks for walking us down memory lane there, Christine.
Yes, thank you, Nick.
Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Mine's a cheese and onion crisp sandwich, please. Quick, sharp. Orpington. Catherine.
Yes, I'm laughing at you.
Hello,
with your
Catherine.
language. You were talking about coffee cups.
Yeah.
And it would be nice if you could buy one that folded up or did something like that.
Billions and billions of coffee cups, which you can't recycle because they're covered in... They're lined in plastic, and so the recycle machines, they can't separate the plastic from the cardboard.
No, well, now you can buy one that it retracts into itself, and you can buy it in Waitrose. And it costs £10.
What?
And the stamp on it is STOJO, Studio.
Yeah, but when you say retracts, how small does it get?
Oh gosh.
Not very small.
Yeah, it is quite small. You could put it in your pocket.
Now, are you talking about the pocket of a pair of jeans or the pocket of a voluminous coat?
Not a voluminous coat. No, a normal pocket. A normal pocket that you would get in a coat, a jacket, whatever.
A retractable coffee cup?
Yes.
Well, how does that work?
Well, there's a little round ring which goes into the base of it, and it also has a lid. And you pull it out, and you put the white ring back on to give you the to make it solid for holding.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that.
It's not. I tell you what, I can recommend it. It's brilliant. You ought to go into Waitrose and look at one.
If only I could afford to go into Waitrose, Catherine, I wouldn't be sitting here speaking to the likes of you.
You could well afford to go into Waitrose.
Well, as long as I didn't buy anything, yeah, you're right. No, I'm just looking.
You'll probably be able to find it online.
Right. £10. That seems a bit steep, doesn't it, for a cup?
Well, I suppose it's just a new product.
But yeah, it's not expensive to save the planet, though.
Why not? You don't throw it away.
Exactly.
Well, it must be saving something.
I bet some Waitrose customers do throw it away. They just can't be bothered. It only costs £10. I'll get another one the next time I'm here.
No, I wouldn't think so. No, it's very useful, and it's not huge.
Right.
And you get a decent coffee in it.
You know, the thing that does surprise me is that, you know, when you go to a coffee shop and they give you a paper cup and they put a plastic lid on it.
Yeah.
We have 100% confidence in that seal because we then tip boiling hot liquid towards us without checking whether it is, in fact, sealed or not. So, don't you think it's surprising that something that is so cheap that we throw it away is engineered so precisely so as to be completely drip-free to the point that we would trust our actual health to its precision? Don't you find that surprising? I'm amazed by it every time.
Oh, so am I, but I don't use them anymore. I've got this nice...
You've got a retractable coffee cup from Waitrose.
From Waitrose, yeah.
£10, yeah.
It's absolutely brilliant.
Okay, as long as it's not sounding like an advert, but it's Waitrose, you say?
Yes, that's where I bought it.
All right, thanks a lot, Catherine. 0345 6060 973. Andrew in Chelsea says, I don't eat red meat. I only throw out about 1% of my food. I've never had a car, and I only made one baby. Do I get some sort of prize? Yeah, I'll give you the smug trophy. How does that sound? Tanya says, cannibalism is the answer to this problem. Well, actually, that doesn't sound so crazy. What we need is something to actually... and I know this is not a happy thought, but we need to have the world's population of human beings decimated by some sort of act. Not kill off all the old people or all the young people, but all ages need to be eliminated equally. Because we need young people to continue to be economically active in order to keep the old people in the manner to which they have become accustomed. And we need middle-aged people to continue to have babies and etc. and so on. So we need the demographics as they are now, which is why having only one child doesn't work, because it produces too many old people and too few young people to keep them going. So we need some sort of pandemic or some like an ancient orange threat.
I'll bring us into war.
Like that. Maybe Donald Trump will be the saviour of us all. I think he's a very nice person.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
Oh, I got that wrong. Here's a call in España. Anthony, where in Spain are you? Where in Spain are you?
Not far from Tortosa.
Now, is the weather there unusual at the moment?
Well, at the moment, I'm in a bay. Well, just I'm in the hills. I live in a valley.
Well, now, wait a minute. You're in a bay, you're in the hills, you're in a valley. Which is it?
Yeah, okay. Hang on, man. Hang on. Yeah, it's a bay. I'm Polly Bay.
Right.
But it's got a special little microclimate of its own. And we get all the stuff that hit Mallorca and hit Malaga and other parts of Spain just recently.
Right, because I only asked because the weather we're getting at the moment seems like what Spain should be getting. So I wondered whether it's particularly hot there because the weather's being dragged up from Africa.
No, we're today was what you'd call the perfect day.
Right.
You know, the temperatures mid to high 20s and nice little breeze and chipping round the olive trees and stuff. That's all.
Well, that sounds a delight. That's pretty much what we've got, but only for one more day, and then it gets. Then winter will insert itself into our lives.
Yeah, I know. I go back and visit my family in England frequently, and you know, I get the shivers. I have to put my jumper on and the jacket on and everything. I'm in my shorts here, man.
Oh, really? Tell us more.
Stop whining. Stop whining. Hey, that sounds like I'm gloating, doesn't it?
A little bit, yeah. A little bit. Tiny bit.
No, but you know what? If you were sitting looking at my place is the most basic. What I bought was about, 6 metres by 4 metres where you store your olives. And I lived in there and put her... Well, my wife then, she died 2.5 years ago. My son was with me. He died about 10 years ago. But we were working at it to get it all good, put a little wood structure up for the bathroom and all these bits and pieces. But it's not, you know, I'm not, you know what? I have the life of a millionaire and I live on about £100 a week, less than £100 a week. And I've got the life of a millionaire.
Well, all you need is a weather and a view, and that's it, pretty much sorted. That's all you need. But anyway, this is not why you called.
Yeah, it's about Christmas. It's about you know, you were talking about the environment and everything. You know, well, I'm a serious contender on that one. Really, I live it. You know, I really do live it. I care about everything I use and waste and everything.
But what were you going to say about Christmas?
The Christmas. I just see, I see some of my grandkids. I don't buy anything for anybody at Christmas.
What?
You see, exactly. Now, you are giving a talk about the environment. Now, you are shocked at me saying that. Do you know what? I'm so different. But you know what? I have a good look. You know what? Music, you have people come down here, wish they could have this simple life forever and not tied into all the mortgages.
Okay, all right. But back to Christmas. Your point about Christmas is
the point about Christmas is that the parent that buys many, many gifts, unnecessary, not needed gifts for anybody or for your friends or anybody does, is doing no good for the environment.
You are completely correct in every respect. If we just cancelled Christmas...
I am the most unpopular person around. Not over Christmas.
Just generally.
I could do the John Lennon, Elvis, I could get in there, man. I could rock and roll. I know the value of Christmas is good heart, good communication, and that's not there when it comes to presents, because that's more money, more stress, people not getting what they want, not what they need when the family have got time off from work, not what they need.
You're not as crazy as you sound, Anthony. You're actually making sense, which is a surprise to me.
I am off the grid in every way. I can assure you. I can assure you. I am well off the grid. Yeah.
Is that the same as saying you're one drawer short of a wardrobe?
Yeah.
I think what we have here is a failure to communicate, Anthony. You're all send and no receive. But anyway, I agree with you in every respect, apart from where you got it all wrong. Christmas is a complete waste, and it's a blot on the earth. You're quite right.
Yeah, and what's the next bit?
No, that's it. But thanks for calling. 0345 6060 973. Christmas is part of the problem. I mean, every day that goes by, we're wasteful and we ruin the planet in some small way. But when Christmas comes around, holy macaroni, we go into a berserk shopping frenzy. Buying stuff that not only we don't need, but nobody could possibly need. Just because, I don't know, it's an alternative for actually expressing interest and love in people. So we buy them something stupid that they don't want, and then they'll throw away. Now, imagine if none of that stuff actually got made in the first place. They only make it because they know we're going to buy it. Or they make it in the expectation and the hope that we're going to buy it. And when we give it to somebody and they don't want it, they just chuck it out. But the amount of resources that have been used to make that product, and then we wrap them in acres of paper. I mean, the usual family is supposed to Christmas the detritus that comes with all of the presents. It creates a mountain that you could climb up in their living room of paper they're going to chuck away. And it's not any old paper either. It's thick paper that's been printed with ink and all of the rest of it. And the sticky tape. I have to say sticky tape because I don't want to say sellotape because it's a brand name. But the sticky tape that you hold it together with. I mean, what does that produce from? That must be oil. Hot, delicious oil being extracted from the ground. It's an incredibly wasteful period, Christmas. We must be out of our minds. So yeah, if we could just cancel Christmas or the what we've made of Christmas. Now, I'm not suggesting that we go back to celebrating Jesus, because nobody does that anymore. The only reason that people go to church at Christmas, by and large, is because it's an amusement. They're not actually God-fearing people. It's just a Harry Potter-ish thing to do. But yeah, stop buying stuff for people that don't want it. With the money you haven't got would be an excellent start. Just one day of the year. It's just one day. It's just any old day. I'll be doing the A to Z, by the way, this year again, which I'm looking forward to. Always do. Over the entire Christmas period. Carol in Bristol says the solution is the film Soylent Green, recycling people as food. Oh, spoiler alert!
Warning! Warning!
People. You're eating people. Yes. Actually, that is a good idea. We could start with the most useless people. Let's make a list. People you'd like to eat. Tanya says milk floats were electric. They were the good old days. Milk floats were electric. I think that was a song by Gary Newman, wasn't it?
Rock and roll!
Milk floats are electric. Pretty sure that was it. Never mind about milk floats. How about Coke floats? I haven't had one of those in a dog's age. A Coke float. Anybody remember them? Just me. Roy says we waste 1.3 billion tonnes of food a year, so enough food is not the problem. Mismanagement because of greed is the problem. It's not really greed. I mean, we eat too much, there's no doubt about that. I mean, look at the spherical nature of the people waddling down the high street. There's evidence for you wherever you look. But it's not really greed, it's because we don't like food that doesn't look perfect. That's why supermarkets don't stock it. You can't find an apple with a blemish on it in a supermarket because we don't want them. Again, the problems are almost all our own. And we think that we are victims of these problems, but we're not. We're the architects of these problems. If we were, I mean, you can remember going around scrumping apples from the next door neighbour or a field near where you used to live. It were gone when I were a lad. There used to be fields. Can you believe that?
No.
You used to go in there and you take an apple and it actually tasted like an apple. And it had, nodules on it. Defects. But we'll put it back on the shelf in the supermarket if we pick one up with that. They'll come in bags, don't they? And you check the bag to see if there's a defect on the apple, and you'll put it back and get another one if there is. But that's how apples are created. So it's not greed, it's our disinclination to eat anything that does not look as though it was grown in a lab. Patrina says, I leave my own personal cup at our local coffee shop, and that is what they serve my coffee in. Otherwise, I do carry a thermal cup with a screw top, a mini flask, if you like, so that other coffee shops can use that. I think we need to heed the people with the facts and the calculators. I don't know, there's just something about Petrina that rubs me up the wrong way. How about you? US President Donald Trump said he's going to speak to Saudi Arabia's King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, just as soon as somebody tells him how to pronounce his name. It's about the disappearance of the Saudi writer and the US resident Jamal Khashoggi. He is going to have words. He knows the best words.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
Khashoggi was a critic of the Saudi government, and Turkey's government has reportedly told the US officials it has audio and video proof that he was killed and dismembered that day. The 59-year-old journalist was considered close to the Saudi royal family and had become a critic of the current government and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin this, that and the other. Been here, been there, been everywhere. He'd been living, Mr. Khashoggi, in self-imposed exile in the United States since last year. But don't expect Ancient Orange to be too hard on the Saudis, because he's got business interests in Saudi Arabia. It's not Donald Trump first. It's not. I screwed that up already. Not 5 minutes in, and already I've made a tremendous error. Which makes me...
Tremendous tool.
Thanks, Donnie. It's not America first, it's Donnie first.
The one that matters is me. I'm the only one that matters.
And the thing is, Donald Trump has registered 8 new companies in Saudi Arabia. This was during his campaign to get into the White House. 8 new companies in Saudi Arabia. Most of the Trump organization's business growth in recent years has been through real estate and licensing deals all over the world, outside of the US. Helping to spread the brand name. He's all about the branding. He's like an evil Richard Branson, without the talent or the hair.
Oh, shut up!
And according to a report from the Washington Post, at least 111 Trump companies have done business in 18 countries across South America, Asia, and the Middle East. And based on the financial disclosure reports filed during Trump's campaign to become the president, can you believe that he's the president of the United States of America? Even he can't believe it.
I'm president! Can you believe it?
No, stunned. Still stunned. Based on the financial disclosure reports, he has 16 businesses in India, 13 in the United Arab Emirates, and 8 in Panama. 111 overall in South America, Asia, and the Middle East. And some companies follow long-established business deals, and others, with Trump's name on it, were launched as recently as the campaign to become the president, including 8 tied to Saudi Arabia, which he said he would want to protect. You know, even Jimmy Carter. You remember Jimmy Carter? That was back when things seemed to make sense in the world. He sold his peanut farm so as not to have a conflict of interest. Trump sold nothing. He gave it to his sons so that they might run it as a blind trust. Yeah, sure they will. I want to protect my interests in Saudi Arabia, said Donald Trump before he became the president. And in 2015, at one of his demented yeehaw rallies in Alabama, he said, Saudi Arabia, I get along with all of them. They buy apartments from me. They spend $40-50 million. Am I supposed to dislike them? I like them very much, says Donald Trump.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
He lied. And critics say his overseas business deals hamper his ability to successfully lead America without his business opportunities affecting his judgment. And if you think that his business opportunities aren't affecting his judgment, then I have a genuine made-in-China Rolex watch I'd like to sell you. Chief White House ethics lawyer under President George W. Bush. Even George W. Bush would have been seen as an improvement on the current administration.
Absolutely.
And he was the previous benchmark of American presidential stupidity. No offense. Richard Painter, the chief White House ethics lawyer under President George W., said, "There are so many diplomatic, political, and even national security risks in having the president own a whole bunch of properties all over the world. If we've got to talk to a foreign government about their behaviour or negotiate a treaty, or some country asks us to send our troops in to defend someone else, we've got to make a decision. And the question becomes, are we going in out of our national interest, or because there's a Trump casino around?" Yeah, I think that's this the last one, in case you were wondering. He is crooked up to his eyeballs. Shortly after he was elected, Donald Trump signed an executive order to, you remember the barring all citizens from mainly Muslim countries? Those countries included and were limited to Syria, Iran, Sudan, Libya, Somalia, and Yemen. All citizens from Syria, Iran, Sudan, Libya, Somalia, and Yemen could not enter the US for 90 days. Why? Because it appealed to those drooling yeehaws at his safe space rallies. The president acted so swiftly that the Secretary of Homeland Security, who at the time was John Kelly, found out about it by watching television. It's like the Ancient Orange just dreamt it up and did it right off the top of his head. But guess what? Trump left Saudi Arabia out of that order. Curious. Curious until you realise how much money is tied up from the Trump organization in Saudi Arabia. And then it don't become curious no more. Saudi Arabia not on that list, despite the fact that those who hijacked the airliners to attack New York and Washington, D.C. on 9/11, the deadliest terrorist episode in history, were mostly from Saudi Arabia, which stinks to high heaven. It just don't sound proper, do it?
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things proper.
He lied. This is from the Washington Post. It says, for the second time in his presidency, Trump is dealing with the apparent targeting of a dissident at the hands of a despotic regime with which Trump has sought to curry favour. The other one was Sergei Skripal's poisoning in Britain from Russia. Or it could have been China. And now this Jamal Khashoggi's disappearance. And this situation presents Donald Trump with the choice of what to do with a partner with poor human rights records. And he seems to love countries with poor human rights records. His approach in these cases has almost always been equivocation, if not indifference. He just don't care. It's actually worse than that. Hang on, I'm going to cough. Oh dear. This cold seems to have gone on for about 4 weeks now.
Stop whining.
Have I mentioned that I'm ill? It just doesn't seem to go. So this situation now presents Trump with a choice of what to do. And as usual, I would expect, and so would you, I would imagine, that he's just going to suck up to the Saudis because that's where his money is. I mean, previously he praised Chinese President Xi Jinping and Turkey's President Erdogan's consolidations of power. He just loves that. So wants to be a dictator. He suggested that Russian President Vlad the Insaner's murdering of critics wasn't much different from what the United States does. You think we're so innocent? He praised Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte for doing what he said was an unbelievable job in his drugs war. A drugs war which has involved killing thousands of people. Just telling the police to go out and start shooting people. Why not? Go ahead, enjoy yourself. An unbelievable job. And he's also shrugged off North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un's repression by labelling him a tough guy. And recently that he fell in love with him. What do you think of that, Melania?
I don't care.
Neither does he. You know, as long as the money keeps coming into Trump Tower. On October the 11th, Trump said, I know the senators are talking about different kinds of sanctions, but Saudi Arabia is spending $110 billion on military equipment and on things that create jobs. Like jobs. I'm not making that part up. That's not a mystery. That's exactly what he said. He said they're going to be creating things like, going to be spending on military equipment and on things that create jobs, like jobs. Well, I suppose jobs create jobs. Completely right in every respect. He says, I don't like the concept of stopping an investment of $110 billion into the United States of America. And that would be true if it were an actual fact. But it's not $110 billion. He lied about that. Is there anything that man says that is actually true?
No.
Because he went over to Saudi Arabia. In fact, it was the first country that he visited. You know, most US presidents would go to Canada or Mexico. He went to Saudi Arabia, which tells you everything you need to know about Fat Donny. And he that picture of him with the glowing orb. And he came back and he said, due to my excellent business acumen, I've just signed a $110 billion deal that the Saudis are going to buy our military equipment. They're going to buy guns and bombs and bullets and you name it. Except he was lying about that. Like everything else that he says, it was a lie. It's unlikely to come to fruition, and it's entirely fanciful, this $110 billion. And in any case, most of the deals are long in the future and remain unsigned. What is signed is just a hangover from Obakarama. You remember Obakarama, don't you? Yeah, that's him. A March meeting with the country's ruler, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Trump noted that the current set of planned deliveries was peanuts. He even said that himself. And then, with the next breath, boasted about how fantastic it was. Fantastic and huge. When he went to Saudi Arabia, he claimed that he'd signed $270 billion in sales. But like I said, most of the publicly announced items that he'd sold them were previously announced by the Obama administration. He takes credit for everything that anybody has ever done. And there appear to be few, if any, contracts actually signed at the time by him. It was Obama what did it. But there were 6 specific items adding up to $28 billion. Not $110 billion or $270 billion like he previously said, but 28. And those had been previously notified by the Obama administration, already signed and sealed and delivered. And Trump said, thanks very much, I'll take the credit. That $110 billion figure is fake, and the $270 billion is fake. So don't let, when he says that he doesn't want to, jeopardize those tremendous and huge deals by getting tough on the Saudis. That has nothing to do with it, because no such deals exist, except for in his giant orange imagination. The Saudis haven't bought the arms deals touted by Trump. Even a terminal high-altitude area defense system. Wow, doesn't that sound exciting? A system that the Saudis supposedly inked a deal to buy. The deadline for the deal lapsed, despite Donald Trump giving them a 20% price cut. Mr. Superb Businessman. But apart from that stalled deal, there's been actual approved Saudi sales totaling $4 billion. Not $110 billion like Trump said, 4. And the Saudis can't even go elsewhere. I mean, it would be like trying to update a Microsoft computer with Apple parts. If they went from buying American and UK goods to Russia or China, they wouldn't fit. The plugs wouldn't fit. All the hardware would be off. And the computers wouldn't work with each other, and the same's true for tanks and communications equipment and other high-tech stuff. So the Saudis don't have any choice. They're stuck with it. Once you start buying from a country, then you have to keep buying, otherwise you would have to replace everything. And the Saudis haven't got the time to do that because they're up to their eyeballs in strife in Yemen. So just take with a gigantic bucket of salt everything that Donald Trump says. Just imagine that everything that he says is a lie. We should build a wall around him.
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
I just want to tell you all how happy I am to be back in the studio, making a picture again.
It's a radio show, dear. Joe in Neasden says, obviously you are right, Nick. Completely correct in every respect.
Affirmative.
But the question you should be asking is, you know he's a crook, I know he's a crook, it's glaringly obvious that the CIA and the FBI aren't stupid, and they must know he's a crook, so the question is, why are they letting him get away with it? It's just agonising that he just continues to get away with it. It is infuriating that he continues to get away with it. This is proof that there is no God. I said it before, if you lift up a flap of whatever it is that that is hovering over his bald scalp, he's probably got 666 tattooed on the back of his neck. I mean, the tax cut that he gave, which was apart from the continuous lies, the Washington Post is keeping a track of the number of lies that he commits. He's up to 5,000 since he became president. 5,000 lies, and people just think, oh well, it's just Donald Trump. That's just his way. He's the leader of the free world. He's the most important man on the planet. And every rule, every expectation that we have of a leader of people, we've just torn up the instant that he came into power. The tax cut that he said that was the biggest in history, of course it wasn't, but 80% of the tax cut that he just added another $1 trillion to America's debt went to 1%. The top 1%, naturally. You know, I retweeted a thing from one of the Disney heiresses, absolutely rolling in money. And she was, she put out a little video online that said, essentially, wake up people, because Donald Trump just gave me and everybody I know an enormous amount of money, and it was so much money that we didn't really know what to do with it. I mean, they're up to their eyeballs in cash as it is, the top 1%. And Donald Trump just gave them so much money that she says that the order books for super yacht companies are absolutely chock-a-block now. The waiting list is enormous. Because the super rich got so much cash, they didn't really know what to do with it. And he's about to do it again. And the dribbling yeehaws that go to his rallies, they whoop and they cheer. When is the message going to get through? I mean, that trade war with China, that he said, trade wars are really easy and they're great and a piece of cake to win. He's losing. And people don't seem to get that either. The people that he promised to look after are losing every step of the way, and they're still supporting him. It's just unimaginable. How is he doing it? Unless he's made a deal with the devil. Or there is or people are just more gullible than they used to be, or people are more stupid than we realized, or I don't know what is going on here, but it's just absolutely infuriating that he continues to win. So if that is not proof that there is no God, then I don't know, you can set me straight. This tweet says, you keep banging on about Trump and the Saudis. What about the UK and the Saudis? Well, first of all, I don't keep banging on about Trump and the Saudis. I think today's show is the first time I've ever mentioned it. But I do mention the UK and the Saudis, the shame of our dealings with the Saudi Arabians, frequently, every time they come over here. I'm always talking about it. The Queen gets wheeled out and they pull out the good china and she has to make nice. It's the only time I've ever felt sorry for the Queen. What do they talk about? Yeah, the way we prostrate ourselves in front of Saudi Arabia's money is just, it's pathetic. It's sad and it's embarrassing. We're like a cheap prostitute. Tracy says, the reason why Melania don't care is because she's been too busy auditioning for the role of Indiana Jones. Check out her outfits during her trip to Africa. I haven't seen her outfits during her trip to Africa. What was she wearing? High heels, I expect. And Mark in West Wickham says, the answer everyone wants to know is, was your car where you left it last night? Or did it have a ticket where the fine was greater than the value of the car? Well, it would have been. Oh, what sweet relief. I came around the corner, and not for the first time. I was wondering, is it going to still be there? Is it going to still be there? Is it going to still be there? Yes, it's still there. And from a distance, get Bette Midler on the phone and she'll sing this for us. From a distance, I couldn't, because it was in sort of dark, but the street lights were glinting off it, and I couldn't tell whether it had a ticket on it or not, which would have been life ruinous had it had a ticket. And I think I would have been banged to rights, because the sign next to the space that I put it seemed to pretty much say you can't park here ever, at all, never, ever, ever. Unless... and then I couldn't figure out what it meant. It was entirely my fault, and I should have to retake my test. But it was just very, very confusing. You can do this between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m, and you can do the other between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m, and never the twain shall meet, and it was all symbols, and I've got no idea what it means. And so I just put it there and hope for the best, because all of my special secret parking spaces had been taken already. They were filming something at a big hotel where I normally park it. They had about 30 lorries there. What on earth? When you see the credits roll at the end of a film, that's the reason why. They put the blooming lorry driver's name up there. It used to be the actors, the producer, the director and the editor, and that was it. Now it's the blooming accountant and the caterer. But anyway, I arrived and no ticket. I was stunned. But I'll never do that again. Unless, I have to. It was probably a perfect conflation of an ideal circumstance. Maybe the traffic warden was ill. Oh, I do have a story about traffic wardens that I wanted to tell you yesterday. Maybe I'll get onto that in a minute. Because I think they have been, and this particular person has been unfairly criticised.
He is a very sick and dangerous man.
Well, I'm very sick. Have I mentioned that I'm ill?
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Here's a call in Sheffield. Hello, Rob.
Hello there. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Hello there.
Good. Right. I thought I'd give you a call and speak in defence of Donald Trump. Really.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, someone has to.
Yeah, now somebody has to. It's not really in defence of...
Just got that in time. Never mind. 0345 6060 973. While he spoke his mind, it's just that his mind was still in the pub. Never mind, eh? This text says, maybe he, as in Donald Trump, appears worse than other politicians because he's not as good a snake oil salesman as other political liars. I think he's probably the best snake oil salesman in history. Who's a better snake oil salesman than Donald Trump? I think that is the very definition of the man. He's like a carnival barker. Roll up, roll up. Martin says, how's America losing to China in a trade war when the American economy is booming and the Chinese isn't? What are you talking about? Well, I'm talking about facts, Martin. But I guess we're not interested in facts anymore. It's all about feelings. And your feeling is, you put your hands out and you're getting the vibes and you're thinking that China is doing really, really badly. Are those the vibes you're getting, Martin? Because if you want facts, then I got plenty of them. But I don't think anybody's remotely interested in facts anymore. Never mind, eh? Well, I'll give you some anyway, in a minute. Here's a call in Chertsey. Hello, Sandra.
Hi, Nick. I'm not sure I've got much as I love normally to talk about President Trump. I just said to your producer, I think you're asking the question, what does the Queen and the Saudis talk about? And I said, I've been saving this information for the last few years. There was a programme, I knew it would come in useful, on the Queen's horses. There's several, but I was very struck by seeing her standing beside the Crown Prince in their magnificent white robes or whatever, and it was a horse thing, and it was being organised by him and the Saudis. In fact, his son, one of the Crown Princes...
A horse thing? What's a horse thing?
That's the one. Well, races, because one of his sons, the Prince, couldn't ride, and he was very disappointed.
Oh.
And it always struck me what a big connection. I think they're quite prominent. Mind you, as I said to the producer, in Saudi, they race camels, but over here, horses. But,
I thought they had camel beauty contests. They actually do
I
those.
saw that one. Yeah, I think they had Botox. They gave them Botox.
No, they didn't. What?
Yeah, but,
Botox?
Yeah, really, I remember. I don't know if I spoke to you on that occasion about it, but I think I did. But, yeah, that was a couple of things.
Yeah, it sounds like the sort of thing I would have remembered. Camels get Botox. That doesn't sound right.
But I was thinking, as I said to, again, your producer...
you talk to my producer quite a lot. I mean, how much chit-chat do you... You're all talked out before you get here. Just name and pack drill, that's all we need to know.
I'm a producer groupie, I think. If you're a monarch and we fall out with Saudis and we're not friendly with them, like all this, or actually, it's not funny, this terrible business of the journalists, but if you're a monarch and the Saudis must be giving you the most fantastic presents, I'm not knocking her because I know you'd like to do that, but if I were a queen, it'd be very difficult to say, disappear off, if they must bring some magnificent...
Well, the Queen doesn't have any say in who she meets. That's the government. They introduce her, they tell her who she's gonna be having tea with, and then they just roll out the red carpet. I'm sure the Queen doesn't extend an invitation to the Saudis.
That's a good point. No, I never thought of it like that, but it must be quite pleasant. No, I mean, she doesn't... They've got room for the presents probably that aren't used, but as I said, the racehorse always stuck in my mind very much, because although they were over here and they were hosting it, so I think that answers your question.
Well, they talk about horses. Yeah, probably stick to horses, it's safe. It's the only time that you've ever seen the Queen with a smile on her face, when she's around horses.
Well, Prince Philip said something that's too crude to say about Princess Anne. The only time she's happy is something that, at one end, I don't know, but as I won't go into it, it's not particularly ladylike, but, he was saying that...
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe. Pretty safe not to repeat anything Prince Philip has ever said on the radio.
Well, at least he showed up yesterday, so that was something. I can't remember seeing Princess Anne at the wedding. You probably don't want to speak about.
Hey, you know what? I didn't see anybody at the wedding because I didn't see the wedding. Why are you wasting your time on that stuff?
Well, yes. nice frocks and stuff.
Nice frocks. Oh, come on. You ready? How long did you watch the wedding for?
I had trouble with my television, so I went round an aunt and uncle. So
you are kidding. You travelled?
I didn't make it in time to see actually most of it live.
You travelled to watch it?
Well, it's only around the corner, but God. I do. Well, like most women, I love the spectacle, In fact, I'm not far from Windsor. I should have popped along.
Yeah, you could have waved your little flag, taken your thermos flask, made a day of it.
Well, just to egg them around the corner, yeah. In fact, when I watch these things, I always think I'm here and they're there, and it's not far away anywhere. I did go when President Trump was there, but I missed him.
You missed him, yeah. Well, better luck next time. Thanks a lot, Sandra. 0345 6060 973. So, Trump has got a war with China. Now, I was going to go into this, but as I have been goaded, one of the goals of President Trump's trade war was to sell more US-made products to China than Chinese companies export to America, because in his tiny orange mind, he thinks that a trade deficit is a bad thing, because he doesn't know anything about business. New figures, however, suggest that after Donald Trump has picked the world's biggest trade war with China, the intended result is the exact opposite of that which has been achieved. New figures suggest the US trade deficit with China has reached a new high of $26 billion. No, that's pounds. $34 billion. Trump's on track this year to preside over a new record for the largest trade deficit in the history of US-China relations, beating the previous record that was set, guess when? Under his previous year as president.
Oh, fabulous.
He's picked the world's biggest trade war with China, telling everybody that it was going to be really good and very easy to win. And it was a disaster in the first year, and it's an even bigger disaster in the second year. The situation is worse now than it has ever been, in his mind. It's not necessarily a bad thing if you have a deficit with a country. It just depends on what you do with those goods. I mean, we could sell nothing at all to Germany, and they could sell us a tremendous amount of, bumpers and brakes and windscreen wipers and all the rest of it. And we could make cars with them and then sell them on to somebody else. Now, we would technically have a trade deficit with Germany, but it would be doing us good. But he doesn't get that because he doesn't have the first clue about business. It's alarming. Trump chose during the presidential campaign to use the trade deficit as a measure of success, and by that measure, his strategy is failing. He's a failure. Not so smart, eh, Donny?
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
China exports to the rest of the world grew by 14.5% year on year, which is almost double expectations. So after Donald Trump picked a fight with them, they did twice as well with exports as they thought they were going to. Imports rose by 14%, which is below expectations. So the exact opposite happened with what Trump was actually said that he was intending. Chinese exports to the US rose by 14%. Chinese imports from America dropped by 1.2%. All that trade wars are good and easy to win stuff from the screaming Mimi, and his incompetence and complete ineptitude has caused the exact opposite of what he said would happen. The Chinese export more to the US and import less from the US after his stupid trade war than before. This is from the UK Business Insider from a couple of months ago. While tariffs may provide a boost to concentrated industries like steel production, the losses will far outstrip the gains. See, not only is he losing the trade war, but his base supporters are also losing bigly. The Trade Partnership, an industry group that analyses free trade, found that the steel and aluminium tariffs would result in approximately 400,000 lost US jobs. 400,000 lost jobs. Now, there will be an increase in some jobs in the steel production, which would roughly be about 30,000. So he will create 30,000 jobs and lose 400,000 jobs. But of course he'll ignore the 400,000 and crow about the 30,000. Meanwhile, just last month, The Guardian said the escalation of the US president's protectionist policies has dragged down the forecast for growth this year and next, not just in America, but for the whole of the world. See, this is why this stuff is important, because what starts in America doesn't end in America. It's not restricted to America. What Ancient Orange gets up to from the White House affects us too. Hey, I just said us. It feels weird. Us. I want to say us. Us just sounds so prissy. And like little finger out and tiptoes. But I'll try. It affects us too. The growth for the world, essentially the world's economic growth, has been dragged down by Ancient Orange in the White House. The US and France and Germany and China and us are all the worst hit. And on top of that, we've got Brexit and everything that goes with that. Now, in the specific answer to that whining text that I had, why am I picking on poor Donald Trump? US GDP growth 2.3%. China's GDP growth 6.9%. Now, I'm no expert in maths, but I think 6.9 is a bigger number than 2.3.
Alrighty then.
This text says the reason why Trump has support is because he's not a career politician and speaks normal language as the man in the street, unlike all of our incompetent liars, i.e. Diane Abacus, Jeremy Cordite, or any of the government. They are all shysters. Well, he's not in competition with Diane Abbott and Jeremy Corbyn. And as for shysters, as in fraudulent and deceptive, well, that is the essence of Donald Trump. Take away the fraudulence and the deception, and there's nothing left apart from the whining.
I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
0345 6060 973. Chiswick, hello, Milan.
Hi, Nick. I've made it safely back from Washington to
yes.
Chiswick. So, it was really interesting out there because there was a lot of discussion about, well, there are two things they discussed a lot about. One was his tax affairs, which is astonishing that the White House wasn't taking it seriously. And also about Jeff Sessions.
Now, what do you mean by his tax affairs? You're talking about the fraudulent way in which $413 million was funneled from his father's business to Donald Trump, propping up failed business after failed business. Like he's as an adult, his dad was still changing his nappies for him.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
and the reporter repeatedly tried to contact the White House for their side of the story.
Oh, yeah, they don't care.
And then that's why they had to go to national coverage and say, this is what we've got. They reviewed like 100,000 documents or so on.
Yeah, this is the New York Times, didn't they? They put one of the longest pieces that they have ever written, and it made the news for one day, and then everybody ignored it because it was too long, didn't read it, pretty much. That nobody really cares anymore. They don't care if the leader of the free world, the President of the United States of America, is a crook. It's just amazing. People just shrug their shoulders and go, oh, well, that's just Donald Trump.
Yeah, and it was interesting in America about switching television programs, because it went on to CNN, and they were discussing how Trump was mocking Blasey Ford, which is disgusting and appalling, and the newscasters were just visibly shocked. And why would Trump?
But that's just Donald Trump. And he did it because just look at his the drooling yeehaws that show up for his safe space rallies. They're all middle-aged white men. And of course that they are concerned about their previous behaviour with the women and are petrified, just like the lawmakers of the Republican Party. The last thing that they want is their past dredged up and them held accountable for their previous actions. So they want to crush this Me Too thing at the very start, which is pretty much what they did by ignoring her and pretending to believe him.
Yeah, and the other news channels were visibly shaken at that. If we click onto Fox, and Fox were discussing the weather.
Yeah. They were discussing how great Donald Trump is for women.
I will be so great to women. I cherish women.
Yeah.
But then the strong rumour mill was going around that Jeff Sessions, he's a dead man walking. He's going to be fired within about 2-3 weeks.
Right. He's the Attorney General who refuses to show loyalty, as in do whatever Donald Trump says.
Yeah, and he had to recuse himself from the Russian investigation.
Yeah.
As soon as, so if he does get fired, there's going to be another Attorney General who's going to have to swear his
allegiance to the Donny. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know what? None of this really matters anymore, because Donald Trump bought himself a get-out-of-jail-free card. This is what the Kavanaugh thing was all about, and this is the reason that it doesn't matter how many women would come up and say that he had been an evil, nasty piece of work in the past. It doesn't matter what Kavanaugh had done. He could have, like Donald Trump said when he was vying to be the president, he could stand on Fifth Avenue and shoot someone and nobody would bat an eyelid. He still wouldn't lose any votes. And that's because Kavanaugh said, the fellow has just ascended to one of the most important and powerful posts on earth for the rest of his life. He said that a sitting president should not even be investigated, let alone charged with anything. And that's the reason that they needed that guy, That on all of that other circus, all the him pretending and screaming and shouting, and I'm innocent of these charges, and all of that, and all those Republicans who were pretending to believe him, and just ignoring the only person who was actually believable, who was the Professor Ford, the woman who bravely came forward in the face of the tsunami of ire and rage from old white men. That's the only thing that this was about. It was keeping Donny out of jail.
But the thing about Jeff Sessions, so Donny fires him, he's going to get another Attorney General in. That Attorney General has the power to shut down the Russian investigation.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The Russian investigation could come out with Donald Trump is guilty and his son-in-law is guilty and everybody that he's ever met is guilty and his two sons and everybody, all of you should go to jail. And Donald Trump would just say, well, let's take this to the Supreme Court and see what they say. And they'll say, not guilty.
Do you remember that a few months ago where Donald Trump said that he has the power to pardon himself?
Pardon himself, yeah. Well, technically, he doesn't. It hasn't been shown that he doesn't have that power, and the reason that it's not in the Constitution is because nobody had previously thought that anyone would have the nerve to say that.
But I was walking around in America. I was thinking, how can people believe someone who lies consistently? I mean, do you remember when he came to London and he said, "You know what? I predicted Brexit when I was here cutting the ribbon at Turnberry." And I thought, hold on a minute, you arrived the day after Brexit.
That's right. Yeah.
But then it's what it is. It's I'm trying to think the psychology of people who just talk a load of rubbish, and him and Nigel Farage are so similar. Like, they're dressed in a suit, they claim to be of the people, even though they're multimillionaires. They chest beat loudly with authority, but if you look at the details, it's a lot of nonsense.
Well, what they both do is they say that the problems with your life, that your life didn't turn out the way that you wanted, is because of an easily identifiable minority of people. It's their fault. And that is something that works over and over and over again. Just look through history. You don't have to look too far. Turn a couple of pages and you'll see that it works in every case that it's ever been tried. The reason that you personally did not succeed as you hoped that you would have done is not your fault, and it's not luck. It's their fault.
It's that Romanian down there. It's his or her fault. But yeah, that is essentially what it is. And if you put them on the detail, they'll divert. Because when Trump was asked about the Sun interview and he said it was fake news, he was like, no, it was recorded. You authorised the recording. It was fake news. Then he diverted the conversation completely.
He's brilliant at that. He's absolutely brilliant at just spout. Well, the only time I've seen him actually lost for words is when he was sitting across from Kanye West just the other day, and Kanye West was spouting even crazier stuff than he normally does. And Trump didn't really know what to say. Well, what would you say to this?
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
I mean, there's nothing to say.
I don't know what was more bizarre, Kanye West or Melania looking like Colonel Sanders. The safari outfit. Apparently, she says that she's the most bullied person on Earth.
Oh yeah, on Earth, yeah. Yeah, no doubt. Probably the most bullied person, and not from Donald Trump, by the way, is from the media, who are very, very mean to her. Why can't you see all the good things that I'm doing? No, I can't think of anything. Can't think of anything, Melania.
I don't care.
Can I say something controversial?
Oh no, here we go. Go on.
Right, the memoirs of Melania when she divorces Trump in the next 18 months will be outstanding to read.
It'll be a bestseller.
Yes.
All right, thanks a lot, Milan. 0345 6060 973. I want to talk about traffic wardens, because this traffic warden that was in the news just the other day has been unfairly treated, I think. And it's she was in a job that we need doing, but we don't like it being done, particularly to us. Us. Damn. Not us. Us.
Honey, how are you?
I'm super, thanks for asking. So we're going to get a new £50, a new plasticized £50 note. I don't like the new plastic money. I mean, it's okay to look at, but it doesn't fold. See, this is a big design fault. Those new fibres, they just don't fold. And the tenors as well. I mean, I like that you can see through them. and they don't take so much of a smear. I mean, you never know where money has actually been. It's been in front of a tramp's pocket.
Disgusting.
All sorts of ick and goo all over it. As a wipe right off a plastic note, right enough. But they just don't fold. And there's just something wrong about them. But they will be harder to forge, harder to find, more like. When was the last time you saw a £50 note? This question specifically to anybody that's not a drug dealer. Sophie says, your assumption that the only reason why people vote for Trump is because people are getting more stupid is the reason he's in power. Well, if people don't want to be called stupid, then they should, stop acting so stupidly. Get Lenin on the phone and he can talk to us about useful idiots. People who keep voting for things that are outside their best interests. Steph says Trump actually makes Berlusconi look slick. Why do people think running a country looks like running a business? Bonkers. Yeah, you don't want people. You get this message all the time. Oh, we really need more people with background in business. We need business people running countries. No, we don't. It's the exact opposite of what you want. People make a success in business by crushing anybody that gets in their way, slashing and burning and destroying lives in order to get ahead. That's how you get ahead in business. It's like a David Attenborough documentary. You have to kill to get ahead. But that's not what you want in a country. You want something a little bit, a little kinder and more open-hearted than that. Not slashing and burning. So the last thing you want from your leader is somebody who's been a success in business. And even worse, someone who's been a failure in business like Fat Donny.
Oh, shut up!
Luke says, you say Trump doesn't know anything about business. I wish I was a quid behind him. What does that mean? You mean you wish you had his money? Is that what you mean? Well, you could have his money. Just be born to his father. You'd be as rich. Okay, this is the traffic warden story. James says, don't forget to tell us the traffic warden story. You promised. Okay. All right, then. It's about a woman who was branded evil after mocking people on social media. But yeah, I thought that's what social media was for. I mean, if the world's most important man spends all of his time mocking people on Twitter by punching his phone with his fat little fingers, then that's what social media is. A source of mocking. And this wouldn't be a story if the President of the United States of America was using his social media to mock people. But it wasn't the orange ape in the White House, it was a traffic warden who mocked the people that she had ticketed, if you can believe that. No! People were outraged. Never mind about the leader of the free world. This is serious. It's a traffic warden called Zoe Brunt, who apparently took to Facebook to share photographs after targeting drivers. Now, see, this is from the Mail. Now, that's the kind of language that is unacceptable. Targeting drivers. That's her job. She's not targeting drivers. She was targeting people who had parked against the rules. I mean, if I had got a ticket last night, I was going to say, oh, well, it's my own stupid fault. I've got 2 spaces or 2 areas where I can usually park. And the only time in all the years I've been driving in to do this show that those 2 areas have failed me is last night. And so in desperation, time ticking away, I thought, well, I'll just leave it here. It looks like a parking space, but sort of isn't, and I didn't really understand the sign. But if I had transgressed the rules, then I'd been banged to rights and I'd have to accept my penalty. Thank you, sir. May I have another? But it wouldn't. The person who ticketed me wouldn't be targeting me. They'd be just doing their job. So Zoe Brunt, this traffic warden, has apparently gained notoriety with some posts, including one that she labelled a classic, where she boasted of ticketing an off-duty nurse who had parked in a disabled bay. Now, see, that's one of the things that really gets my goat. People who park in disabled bays. And you see it all the time. You go to the supermarket, and there's an enormous amount of disabled bays right near the shop. And people will park there with their with a 4x4, the size of a tank. And they'll hop nimbly out of the car and just go in. And they park in the disabled bay because it's the nearest one to the store. And it's my right, and I can do what I want. But because it's in a supermarket car park, they don't have the traffic wardens in there because they don't want to, discombobulate their customers too much. Because they might just, in a huff, stomp off and, go shop somewhere else. So they let them get away with it. I think that their car should be crushed with them in it. Who's with me? Or have I gone too far? Anyway, the Mail says that she gained notoriety with a host of posts, including one that she called a classic, after ticketing an off-duty nurse who had parked in a disabled bay. Well, what difference does it make? Is he or she sexist? Is an off-duty nurse? I mean, we've got this idea that nurses are somehow angels, sent from heaven to walk among us. But let's remind ourselves that some of the most successful serial killers have been medical professionals. Just because they're a doctor or a nurse doesn't mean to say that they're a nice person. The traffic warden described how she threatened the nurse with a fine if she didn't move her car from a disabled bay. To which the health professional replied, "I hope you never need a nurse." To which the warden replied, "I hope you never need a disabled parking space." I think the warden won that one. And she posted this online, on my face space, with a smiley face emoji. You know, as in... But if you park in a disabled parking space, then you deserve a fine if you ain't disabled, if you haven't got a blue badge. Am I right? Or do we have to give them a pass just because they're a nurse? Some of the worst people on earth are nurses, I bet you. I mean, I had a family member who spent months and months in a hospital, and some of the nurses were just some of the nicest, most charming, kind and considerate people I've ever met. And some of them were just flat out awful. They didn't give a damn about any of their charges, it didn't seem to me. Just leaning against the radiation and flicking through their phone for hours on end. In June, this traffic warden posted, "Absolute classic today. Bloke comes out of public toilets to a parking ticket because he parked in a taxi rank. Guilty!" She wrote, "He called me lots of names and says, oh God, the lights have just gone out. Oh. Right in the middle. I always forget to get up and walk around, do my disco dancing during the news break. You've got to move around, otherwise the thing doesn't think there's anybody in this room. Got to move about a bit." So she gave a bloke a parking ticket because he parked in a taxi rank. Now, you can't do that unless you're a taxi, correct? She says, "He called me lots of names, says he bet I love my job." And I say, yes. Especially giving people like you tickets. And the guy was in a drain cleaning services van. And she said, yeah, I love my job. Especially giving people like you tickets, unlike you, who has to clear out people's waste product. And it costs you £70 for a leak. Now, what's wrong with that? That's her job. A fellow called Sean from Gainsborough was one of those unfortunate enough to be hit with a fine, and said the fact that she took pleasure from catching people made her the nation's most evil traffic warden. Oh, for crying out loud. She found a penalty notice on her own vehicle, complete with a photo of her Skoda parked illegally. And that caused her to call this traffic warden one of the most evil people. An evil person in an evil occupation. Am I missing something here? Because I thought that that's what traffic wardens were supposed to do. Is it that she takes some pleasure in her job? Is that people's problem?
Yes.
I think it is. That's it, isn't it? Oh, it's nothing to do with being officious, because that's what a traffic warden is. It's the application of the rules. The threat of which is supposed to stop us from parking on the pavement, or in the middle of the road, or in the lobby of the shopping mall, which we would do if left to our own devices, because people are selfish and stupid. I know I am.
Correct.
She's been suspended, apparently, and now no longer works for the company which is commissioned to enforce parking by the local authority. And they're having an investigation.
Oh, fabulous.
Crying out loud. It's simple, people. Just don't park where you're not supposed to. And the people who whine about that, about being ticketed for parking where they're not supposed to, would be the first to complain if some inconsiderate ass parks across where they want to go. Which would happen all the time if there wasn't a threat of fines. I mean, just take speeding, for instance. That other bugbear of mine. The only time you've ever seen a group of drivers stick to the speed limit is when they're driving through one of those average speed camera areas, right? Usually when there's a million cones down a lane of the motorway. And in order to protect the lives of the workers who aren't there, they put average speed cameras up. We all have to stick to 50. It's the only time you've ever seen a group of drivers actually stick to the speed limit. Am I right? It's because we're a bunch of inconsiderate asses. Oh, I want to talk about baby boomers. Talking about inconsiderate asses. That might sound a little bit controversial. I'm going to say something controversial in a minute.
Oh, no.
We'll talk about baby boomers, who are the problem, not the solution. But anyway, let's finish this thought about traffic wardens. Cut them a bit of slack. I mean, the only thing that was surprising about this story is that they managed to find a British person that wanted to be a traffic warden. I mean, it's one of those jobs that we Brits would prefer not to have to do. We'd rather that someone else did it, as long as they gave us a pass if we transgress the rules. Unless I'm getting this wrong, in which case you must correct...
The line, I'm trying to connect you.
Yeah, I'll connect you in a minute. Some texts and emails. Jimmy says, tell Zoe to come to Colchester High Street taxi rank. She'll be issuing a ticket to people that park in our rank every 30 seconds. Yeah, that's because people are inconsiderate asses. And I want to... on that subject, I want to talk about baby boomers in just a minute. Nick says, you're right, that nurses can be terrible people. My brother's a nurse, and he's a complete basket case. I left a message on his mobile 2 days ago, and he still hasn't rung me back. 2 days? This is where we become enslaved with modern technology, communication technology. Now we're at the point that if we don't respond to a message within an hour, it's considered rude. I mean, just because it gets delivered immediately doesn't mean to say that we have to reply immediately, does it? But it does feel that way. You send somebody an email, if they don't respond within an hour or within 10 minutes, you think, well, that's just rude. Why are they ignoring me? It used to be 2 weeks before you get a reply. You write a letter. Does anybody remember letters?
No.
You write a letter with a pen on paper. Then you put it in an envelope, you take it down to the post office and get a stamp and stick it on it. And then it would go, I don't know where it went. And about a week later it would arrive and somebody would read it and then they'd reply and you'd get a response 2 weeks later. I think when you're trying to sell a house, lawyers still work like that, don't they? Infuriating people. They just don't, they don't know speed. But now, because it gets delivered instantly, we want instant responses. there hasn't become a tool for us. We have become enslaved by communications technology. Deborah says, they aren't called traffic wardens, they're called civil enforcement officers nowadays. No, they're not. Let me explain something, Deborah. It's the post office tower, it's the NatWest building, and they are traffic wardens. And I will not be persuaded otherwise. Orpington, hello, Eddie.
Hello.
Eddie.
I discovered a while ago that the rules of being a traffic warden are that you're supposed to proceed along the road and give people a ticket that you come across. You're not supposed to stop when you see one that's going to expire in 5 minutes and
Why not?
stop the car.
Well,
they're
why
not
not?
allowed to.
Allowed
Because
to?
They're not allowed to.
By whom?
They're not allowed to. By their employers, by the council's guidelines.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Well, you just have to randomly come across somebody rather than deliberately...
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Stalking's not allowed.
But it's not stalking, though.
It's called stalking. They even call it in their manual stalking.
But it's
I know
not, though.
somebody
It's
used to be a...
Yeah, but stalking is when somebody is on the move.
Sorry?
You can't stalk something that is still.
Okay. The friend of mine who was a traffic warden,
yeah,
in his manual, it was called stalking. And he was told not to do it. I've seen wardens hanging around by people with 3 or 4 minutes to go, wanting to slap a ticket on the second that it comes, that the time goes up. And I've got my phone out and I said, I'm going to video you because you're breaking the rules. And every time I do, they give up and go away. So obviously, it is against the rules because they run away.
Well, I don't think the rules should be written in that way. I mean, what sense does that make? I mean, if somebody is parking illegally, they're parking illegally.
They've paid a fee to say park for an hour.
Yeah.
If they park for an hour and 5 seconds, they should get a massive penalty. You think that's fair?
It depends whether it's happening to me or not.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, they're not traffic wardens, they're parking enforcement officers, or whatever the hell you're supposed to say these days. Keep up, Eddie.
They're not all the same.
No. Of course not.
You see different things in different boroughs.
Yeah.
But anyway, they're not allowed to stalk cars.
Right. Except it's not stalking. All right.
Well, that's in the borough of Bromley, anyway.
Okay. Well, that's another excellent reason not to go to Bromley. Thanks, Eddie. 0345 6060 973. This text says, loads of parking fines are now done by CCTV. Give it a week or so before you start celebrating. Oh, no. You mean I still can't get a fine? That occurs to me all the time. Because there's so many ways in which you can transgress the rules of the road without it actually being your fault. It weren't me. I ain't done nothing. Like I was caught in one of those, you know, where you stop and there's this area that's got a bike sign printed on the road. And cars are not supposed to wait in that area. Well, some dope before me had gone through and changed the lane so that the area, the hang on a minute, I'm going to have to cough again. Oh dear, when is this cold going to go?
Stop whining.
Oh, don't make me laugh. I'm very, very ill. Have I mentioned that I'm very, very ill?
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Anyway, this car nicked the space that I was going to go into. And then the lights changed, and so I was stuck in this bit where it's only supposed to be bikes. And I thought, I bet that there's a camera pointed right at me. And technically, it is my fault. But the problem with that kind of thing is that if you don't go forward continuously, I mean, if you stop to, allow the unexpected to occur, the people behind you just go berserk. It's like their heads explode. They want to kill you. I want rear and front mounted machine guns on my car. I pay my taxes. Why can't I have them? Ron says, I met a nice traffic warden today that let me park for 5 minutes while I went to pick up a mate. Was that it? Well, he let you park where? There's a lot of detail there you're not letting on, Ron. I don't know. That your whole story is very suspicious. So I want to talk about baby boomers in a bit. I'll do this after the news. Apparently they're a drain. Baby boomers, people that were born after the Second World War, they're a drain on us all. They take out much more than they put in. And something should be done about it. What? I don't know. Some punishment should be devised. Because not only has have they ruined the world, but they've also ruined the world at present, but they've also ruined it for any generation that comes after them. Let's have this call on the Isle of Wight. I wonder if I can squeeze him in before the news. Billy.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Billy.
How are you doing?
All right, thanks.
Good. No, I just called in literally a couple of seconds ago, so you didn't really give me any chance to get a cup of tea or anything.
I'll put you on hold, and then you can go and do just that. How does that sound?
Well, I'd rather put my point across now, if that's all right.
Okay, go ahead. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay, well, I'll be very brief. I've not got a lot to say, but what it was, it's to do with the parking enforcement officer. That's what they're called. Parking enforcement, civil enforcement officer. That's what they're called over here on the island.
Right.
And
traffic wardens.
The reason,
but they're just traffic wardens. They haven't taken on extra responsibility, have they? They just changed the name. They're traffic wardens.
Yeah, they're glorified traffic wardens. That's what a CEO is. A civil enforcement officer.
Yeah, but now, have they actually taken on extra duties?
Well, I do know someone who was a traffic warden. Apparently, the only thing that's changed is the staff levels have gone down, according to her.
Right.
Because that's why she's no longer a traffic warden.
Okay, so they're not glorified traffic wardens. They're just traffic wardens with a longer name.
Yeah, I suppose.
Like refuse removal specialists are bin men. Yeah.
Yeah. But what made me want to call up really, Nick, and this is sort of the main thing I wanted to mention. It was that you can do a qualification in civil enforcement officer work, because I actually looked online when I was interested in working for the council, the Isle of Wight Council, and you can actually do, I think, a level 2 city and guilds in parking enforcement. Which I just think is ridiculous, quite frankly. And that was a desirable qualification.
So, right. So, yes. So you need this qualification in order to start the work?
Well, it didn't say you need it, but as someone who I previously worked as an apprentice in the council, if you have a desirable qualification, this is about 4 years ago now, you are more likely to get the job. So if someone has a level 2 in City and Guilds parking enforcement, they're more likely to get the job probably than someone with an A-level in, I don't know, philosophy. Which I just think is ridiculous, quite frankly.
Well, it's without knowing the ins and outs of what it is that you're talking about, I would have to assume that this qualification is necessary to start the job. It's not something that they can either have or not have, and then become a traffic warden by any other name. That's part of the knowledge set that you have to have before you start that job. Unless you're telling me that there are levels of expertise in giving parking tickets, which would be hard to believe.
Yeah, it's quite ridiculous. I mean, you know, I don't know. Maybe you have to do a level 3 to issue parking fines on trucks. I don't know. It's just, you know, and maybe you have to do a module in blowing whistles, you know, on the middle of the road island or something, you know. It's sort of, I just looked at it and I thought, that's worse than David Beckham studies, in my opinion.
Wait a minute, there's a thing called David Beckham studies?
Yeah, I actually listened to this on LBC a couple of months ago. When the A-level results came out, and I was talking about university, I think Nick Ferrari said you can do there's David Beckham studies.
I don't believe it.
And you can also do equine psychology as well. Which is ridiculous.
I don't believe either of those two things exist, unless somebody can tell me otherwise. Here, Billy, okay, so I just looked it up, and apparently it is a thing, or at least it used to be. This is a story from 2008, reported in Her Majesty's Daily Telegraph. Students of sport, media and culture at Staffordshire University are fortunate enough to study no less a weighty subject as David Beckham. Professor Ellis Cashmore said, "We will be examining the rise of football from its folk origins in the 17th century to the central place it occupies in British culture. We do have to concede that David Beckham occupies a lot of our attention today. He's the object of a great many fantasies." You speak for yourself, mate. Well, on that basis, so is Philippe Senderos. That he will put in a transfer request. Anyway. So, yeah, apparently it is. Then I looked up at the studentroom.co.uk, and they put the top 10 useless degrees, of which David Beckham was number 10 at Staffordshire University. Parapsychology, which is Ghostbusters. You can get a doctorate of philosophy in ufology at Melbourne University. You can study the phallus at Occidental College. Surfing studies at Plymouth. Philosophy, various colleges, which is about the only thing I can think is more wishy-washy than psychology. Queer musicology at UCLA. Star Trek at Georgetown University in Washington. Golf management. And their number one useless degree is art history. What are you going to do with that then? Become unemployed. Caroline says, why do the poor baby boomers get blamed for everything? Generation X and Y are the ones too busy gawping at screens to vote against Brexit or protest against the climate change or do almost anything. Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Caroline. She's getting her shots in before I actually make my case. Okay, here's a story. This is about baby boomers taking out more than they put in. And this story came out in America, where it is also the case there that baby boomers take more out of society in welfare payments and so on than they've ever put in. And I thought, I wonder if that's the case here too. And apparently it is. And this story came and went in February of this year. Baby boomers make money out of their taxes, getting thousands of pounds more out of welfare than they put in. For every pound they paid in tax, somebody from the baby boomer generation is getting £1.20 back in benefits. What? Successive generations have received more from Britain's welfare system than they paid in. And the reason that this is a story is that this all stops now. Baby boomers born, not for the baby boomers, they will continue to be make out from their welfare payments, taking out more than they put in. It's the people who were born after them who are going to be suffering. Successive generations have received more from Britain's welfare system than they paid in, with baby boomers seen as the major welfare winners. This is according to the Resolution Foundation, whose work aims to improve the living standards of people on low to middle incomes. How's that going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
Baby boomers born between 1946 and 1966 are set to receive over 20% more in support than they will have contributed in taxes over the course of their lives. Isn't that awful? And of course that money don't come from a magic tree like Mrs. M keeps banging on about. It's the people that come afterwards that are going to have to pay. This is why you don't want to reduce the number of people that or the number of babies that people have. That's a very, very bad way of reducing the population size, because you'll need a lot of young people coming up who are economically active in order to keep older people in the manner to which they've become accustomed. The generation before the baby boomers are projected to receive about 5% more than they paid in over their lives, but baby boomers are going to receive 20% more That is those born between 1946 and 1966. And everyone that follows them are going to have to work extra hard because someone's got to pay to make up the difference. You know, the baby boomers bought their houses when they were giving them away free with 10 gallons of petrol, and they ruined the earth by polluting without thinking twice, and they indulged their every whim and wish without concern for everyone else, and they ramped up the national debt knowing that they wouldn't have to pay it back, and they took an almost unspoiled world and turned it into a rubbish dump. And all they do, like Caroline, was a perfect example. All they do is complain and complain and complain about how dreadful the younger generation are. Who are the ones that are going to have to actually clean up this mess, like wiping up after a bunch of toddlers. Other than that, they were great. 3 cheers for the baby boomers. Hip hip! No! Now, the generation born between 1926 and 1945 have become the biggest net contributors to the system. We should be thanking Grandma and Grandad. They started paying their taxes around the time that modern welfare state was created. And it's bad now, but pressures on welfare spending are going to grow sharply from now on, because more and more of the baby boomers will reach retirement and start to draw more heavily on the welfare state. And there is no, we ain't got no money. There is no giant pot of cash from which to draw. The foundation claims that with a growing pensioner population, funding extra welfare spending solely through raising taxes on the next generation of working people will not be politically viable indefinitely. In other words, that's what we're going to be doing now. The young are going to have more and more of a tax burden in order to pay for the old, who are going to take out more from the system than they paid in. They said that is not sustainable indefinitely, but it will be for a while, until they don't put up with it anymore. I don't know. It's not we're not really the sort of people that complain vociferously about that sort of thing. We shrug our shoulders and go, "Oh well, mustn't grumble." But we grumble, all right, but we just put up with it. It said creative thinking about how the welfare state is funded in the future is needed. Yeah, that's right. We could put all those oldsters out on ice floes. How does that sound? We could push them all out to sea. Going down. A chief analyst at the Resolution Foundation said, while benefits and contributions change at different points, many assume that it all adds up in the end, but it does not. Some generations have received much more from the welfare system than they paid in. And the baby boomers, those born between 1946 and 1966, have received much more than anybody else. They are the big welfare winners. But you talk to them and you will not hear that from them. They think it's the other way around. That young people today are the actual, they would class them as scroungers. Sitting around, smoking dope, watching Jeremy Kyle all day. But there is no such group of people. They don't exist. It's in their imagination. Again, it's this populism. They really should call it something else. It may be popular with some people, but this idea that that your life didn't turn out the way you wanted it to, and it's somebody else's fault, that may be a popular thought with some people, but it's a bit more sinister than the name populism suggests. Some generations have received much more from the welfare system than they paid in, said the Resolution Foundation, and the baby boomers are the big welfare winners to date. They have made out like gangbusters. And they complain and complain and complain.
Stop whining!
Theresa May is a baby boomer, and Donald Trump is just a baby.
Oh, shut up!
And Alan in Orpington says, just print more money. Sure, why not? What could possibly go wrong? Here is Shepherd's Bush. Hello, Dawn.
Hello, Nick.
Dawn.
I'm just speaking in defence of the baby boomers.
Oh, yes. Explain yourself.
But essentially, if you think that since the 1980s, we've had something like an 80% increase in productivity, whereas we've had pretty much zero increase
in
the people
wages.
are actually doing the work.
Yeah, exactly.
Increase in wages, yeah. So had we actually been paid for the work correctly, as opposed in terms of increased pay matching increased production, we'd be perfectly capable of saving up our own pensions and wouldn't need any sort of welfare from the government. So essentially, the only reason we're going to be a burden is because the government stole our money, or the whole work thing, whoever you pin it on, is that our money was stolen when we were able to work.
Well, it's not really the government that did it, but the government enabled corporations to do it. Yeah.
Exactly. So had we been paid according to productivity, we'd be fine.
Yes, quite right. I mean, the only people that got a pay rise since about 1950, really, 50, 60, something like that, have been the top 10%, and specifically the top 1%. And the gap between them and the rest of everybody else has just got wider and wider and wider. However, that did happen on the baby boomers' watch.
This is true, but most of the baby boomers, just like you and I, haven't managed to control the government.
But we voted for them over and over again. I mean, now that is an interesting point. People say that we want to leave the European Union so that we can take back control, but there's no such thing as control. What control? We have no control. It's not even really a democracy. Not really. I mean, how many times have you heard people say, "Oh, I can't be bothered to vote because nothing changes. Nothing changes in my life." Well, that's right.
Well, the thing is, this has all happened. The worst of this, anyway, the worst of it has been since the 80s.
Yeah.
So when the baby boomers were, equally they're not fully responsible, but during their period, things were going pretty well. There wasn't the inequality we have now. The real push for inequality kicked off in Blair's watch when we started
that's not true. It wasn't under Blair's watch. It was under Margaret Thatcher's watch. She's responsible. If you're going to pin it on any individual.
Oh yeah. Actually, yes. Yeah. I have to agree on that. Blair just continued the whole mess close to its conclusion. So it's essentially the reason we're going to struggle with a pension is because we are not getting the money that we are earning. And also, as far as the baby boomers are concerned, if they're getting a 20% return on a 70-year investment, that's a pretty shoddy return.
It is. Yeah,
that's a really shoddy return.
Terrible. That's quite right. Yeah, but it's going to be worse for the people that follow the baby boomers because they're going to get no return of any kind whatsoever. They're going to be losing money hand over fist.
Yeah, unless we pull our fingers out and actually start voting for politicians that are working for the people rather than themselves. So it's still possible to turn it round.
And who might they be, though?
The public, the general public, we, I suppose, and I have about as much faith in the general public as you do. Yeah. So that's a theoretical hope.
Yes, but which politicians, though? I mean, of the current available crop, who's more likely to enact policies that might help the little people, not leprechauns?
Now, as unpopular as it is amongst some people, I still say Jeremy Corbyn is our best chance. Partly because he clearly has the stamina to stand up despite the great avalanche of criticism being blown at him. But he also, basically, having someone like Jeremy Corbyn as Prime Minister, if it did absolutely nothing else than change the culture, the current greed culture, the me culture that Margaret Thatcher started, if that was all he ever did in politics, that would have decades worth of impact. In the same way Thatcher's me generation has had decades of impact now, because it started off with her, and now they've all grown up and are ripping us off in every shop we ever see. So
it seems like some politicians.
All Jeremy Corbyn did, That would be a massive contribution.
It seems like some politicians do dangle almost a lottery ticket in front of us. If you just keep working, then you may make it. But it is about as likely as you winning the lottery, because the game is rigged against us.
Absolutely. And one of one of the reasons I believe we could get a big change with Jeremy Corbyn is that, you know, he's had the same belief system for 30 years. Most of these politicians are changing their views between dinner and lunch.
Yeah, depending on what the latest poll says.
Exactly. So if we had someone consistent who thinks long term, and maybe Jeremy Corbyn isn't the only one, but at the moment he's the only one we hear of. There may be a scattering of more there, but he's the only one I know of at the moment. And what we really need to do is to change the tide of the me generation that Thatcher produced. That's our biggest issue at the moment. That's the underlying problem, because they're all patting the likes of Theresa May on the back for being a selfish, self-serving Prime Minister. They think that's great.
Yeah, I wonder if actually holding the same opinions for 20 or 30 years is commendable or embarrassing. But at least we know that he believes what he thinks, rather than it's just a reaction to what he thinks that people want him to say.
Yeah. I mean, the same underlying belief, the belief system, as opposed to holding a single opinion.
Yeah.
This underlying belief system that a greater equity is possible. His acknowledgement that, as you say, it's just luck. Luck is the chief component, and luck and contacts are the chief components of success.
Yeah, well, contacts is luck.
Fundamental.
That's a part of luck,
Yes.
isn't it? Depending on who you got born to. But people don't understand that, and particularly people who have been successful, they refuse to believe that luck had anything to do with it. But if you just track back the germ of their success, then it does almost always come down to just that, luck.
Exactly, and we need someone, or people, because one man can't do it alone, but it's a starting point. We need people who actually understand that and are bothered that that's the truth. People who A, understand it, and B, are willing to change that or make some changes to it. Those are the people we need in Parliament. We have a bunch of second-hand car salesmen who are simply feathering their own nests at the moment.
Well, it does often look that way, yeah. Well, it's not that surprising that they would be doing that, because they are human beings after all. And then after themselves, their second focus of attention surely must be the people that are providing them with the money to stay in their positions of power. And those would be the donors to the political parties. And it is interesting that the Conservative Party would say that the problem with the Labour Party is that they are beholden to the unions. Well, what that means is that they are beholden to a lot of people who give a small amount of money. Millions of people give a small amount of money to the Labour Party, so they would be, you would think, more likely to act in the interests of those millions of people. The Conservative Party, on the other hand, is disproportionately funded by a very small number of very rich people. So you would think that for the benefit of their own party, that they would be attending to the wishes and the wants, the desires of those few people that give them most of their money. And so for them to say that the problem with the Labour Party is that they're beholden to the unions does rather ignore the fact that the problem with the Conservative Party is that they're beholden to a few millionaires. I know which I'd choose.
I couldn't agree more. I definitely would never vote Tory for that reason. So at the end of the day, we all have to live, whether someone's successful or not, they still have to live in the chaos of a society where people simply can't make ends meet. And I'd be far happier to be poorer, pay more tax, and be able to walk down the road without being mugged by a homeless person to start it.
Well, don't go out after dark in Shepherd's Bush, Dawn, whatever you do. I'm talking to Laura in Raynham. Oh, Laura.
Hello, Nick.
Laura.
Nick, well, you succeeded in whipping me up to call you tonight.
I whipped you
over
up?
baby boom.
Yes.
This makes me so angry because I'm one of these baby boomers, born in mid-50s.
Yeah.
I come from an East End background where my family were very poor years ago, like most people, and worked their socks off and went through the wars, and I was probably one of the first children in my family that actually stayed on at school. My siblings and cousins had no chance. They left school at 15. I was lucky. I stayed on till I was nearly 18. That gave me a better opportunity when I left school. When I left school, I've worked all my life, like many other people of my generation. I'm not working any longer through ill health. I receive no benefits. I live on a private pension. Most of my friends who still work have worked all their life and never claimed a penny. We were brought up in the basically that if you wanted anything out of life, you had to work for it.
Yeah, but that's true. That's true today, though, isn't it? Isn't that true today? You're talking as though that's a unique experience.
I'm not speaking on behalf of people. I'm not criticising anyone else. It's that you're talking about baby boomers.
Yeah.
And what gets me is the fact that between myself and my husband, we've done 90 years' work, paid full national insurance, worked even with children, worked all the way through, and then someone comes up with a statement that, you know, like, it's our fault that the situation we're in and we're draining the system. Well, perhaps they should have had another war in the 70s and half of us wouldn't be here. And it just really, really annoys me. And if they're lacking in money, as far as I'm concerned, they should go after all these big cats out there who've milked the system for years through tax and the way their companies are set up.
Yeah, but the people that have allowed them to do that are the baby boomers.
Well, I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them that's been in any power. And obviously, 20, 30, 40 years ago, no one could foresee the future. All we've done is work and
we knew what was happening during the course of our lives, and I add myself into this. We didn't really do anything about it. We couldn't really see past the end of our noses.
I've done, probably because most of us were working our socks off, and to get the money in, work every hour that we could.
Yes, but Laura, you're saying that as though that doesn't happen today. That young people aren't working their socks off today, but they are. But they're working. But they're doing it for less money and no safety net.
Well, I don't agree. I don't agree with that at all. But the point I'm trying to make, Nick, is perhaps I've taken it personal. I've never taken a penny off of anyone, and I have worked my socks off.
But that's not true, though.
What do you mean it's not true?
Well, have you used the NHS?
Of course, but as I said to you, I've worked all my life. I've paid national insurance in. I know that doesn't cover everything. The national.
But see, what I'm comparing is your experience and the experience of younger people who will also do the same thing as you did, and they will pay and they'll pay and they'll pay. It's just that there won't be enough money to take out. Because no such money exists anymore.
Yeah, but I'm not criticising any other generation. I'm talking about how we are labelled, the so-called baby boomers, and it really cheeses me off. And I've got many friends are all the same as me in my generation, and to be lumbered with this title, you know, that basically we're draining the country dry, it just really cheeses me off. And yeah, I'm worried about the future. I've got grandchildren. Of course I'm worried about the future. But when they try and pass the blame on one group or one particular age group... that
was the age group that is responsible for the world that exists now.
Well, not me, because I don't agree with you there. It might be the age group that's made all these decisions, but I haven't made these decisions.
Well, no, of course not.
And as far as I'm concerned, I've done everything.
But nobody's. But we're not talking about you personally, though.
No, my generation.
Yeah, exactly. So it's that generation that is responsible for the state of the world as it is now.
Well,
they've been in charge.
Well, we've been in charge and they've made the decisions. Well, yeah, perhaps you're right there. Perhaps the powers that be have made these decisions, the likes of these people.
But also we've made these decisions individually. I mean, the reason that the world is headed to catastrophe is the baby boomers' desire for instant gratification, and when we're finished with something, we won't repair it. We'll just throw it away.
Well, that wasn't me.
Well, again, you're taking it too personally. I'm not talking about you as an individual.
Yeah, but
I'm talking about
I'm speaking on behalf of that group of people.
Well, you can't.
Well, I can speak about myself and the people like me, my siblings and people I went to school with that are still working and still doing our bit. And I just find it really offensive. I really find it really offensive when there's
you
all
still
this
don't.
money.
You still don't understand what I'm saying. I'm comparing one age group of people with another, and the younger people who the baby boomer generation decry as lazy and feckless and stupid and idle and all of the rest of it. They're going to be working twice as hard for less.
Well, I know, for example, myself, it's also affected me because I was always led to believe if I worked hard, I would retire at 60. I positioned my pension so that I'd retire at 60, my private pension. And then when I reached 60, I had the rug taken away from underneath me. And my pension has been delayed until I'm 66.
Right, by the baby boomers. Again, we're not talking about individuals. We're talking about the group of people that have been stewarding the world since, let's say, 1970s, 1980s, something like that. The people that were born, from the 60s.
Yeah, well, even earlier, the 50s. I mean, I'm one of them. But
they wouldn't have been old enough in the 50s, so let's just say the 60s.
No, I was born in the mid-50s.
Yeah.
But,
so it's their fault. Those are the people that are responsible. There's no getting around it. No one else was in charge during those, in the
I've always said, if you're talking about that group of people, of my peer group, they're the ones in charge and they made decisions.
Exactly.
I can't argue
that's exactly what I'm saying. No one's talking about you personally.
Well, I did. When I heard you speak, it just whipped me up. 12 o'clock at night, I had to phone in because.
Right. Well, I'm glad you did. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had a chit chat.
No, but you know what? You'd be great as a warm-up man, in a show or anything. Because you really know how to whip it up, Nick.
I couldn't do it, Laura. Would it require standing up? Then it's a no from me. All right, thanks a lot. 0345 6060 973. Joe in Neasden says, I'd say you and Dawn got that pretty much right. I'm just not convinced that Corbyn has all the answers. Well, I don't think anybody's convinced he's got all the answers. Does he have any of the answers? He has some. Whether we're asking the right question or not is another thing entirely. I'm just not sure that this lot have... this lot certainly don't have all the answers, but then nobody does. Some different answers, perhaps. Maybe we're just not asking the right questions. Lorraine says, they won't have to pay for me, a female born in 1954. I've worked for 45 years and I've got no pension, I've never claimed benefits or owned a polluting car. I'm still working and I've met many 30 years younger than me who have more disposable income than me. I bought my own house and not at a discount either, says Lorraine. Well, the thing that's more polluting than a car is having a baby. That's about the most polluting thing you can do. If people would only stop having interpersonal relations with each other.
Disgusting.
And Dan, if you bought a house, Lorraine, you did really buy it at a discount because the amount that houses, assets in general, have gone up, particularly over the last, say, 20 years, is just actually quite unbelievable. So if you bought your house more than 10 years ago, then you really did get it at a discount. It used to be that you could buy a house with, let's say, 10 years income. And live in a prosperous area. Now you've got no chance. You'd have to be an investment banker to be able to live in somewhere like Chelsea, or a Russian oligarch. One of those people, or some other crook or con man. Dan in Camden says the Tories found £1 billion to prop themselves up by the DUP. Large corporations get out of paying billions of tax That could go to us, baby boomers. That is disgraceful. It is disgraceful. Speaking of which, did you see this story about the amount of tax that Cadbury's pays? They pay all of the tax that is applicable in every jurisdiction in which they do business. That's the short of it. The long of it is excruciating. I might come to that in a minute. And also, don't let me forget about World War III, because that is, relatively important. It will be coming to a location near you soon. I read it in a newspaper. In Tottenham. Hello, Jason.
Good evening, sir.
Jason.
No, I am very angry over this issue of baby boomers. I'm a baby boomer. I'm in my late 70s.
Late 70s?
Late 70s, yeah. Now, at the time I worked, my wage was £4.50 a week. Houses were not free, average house was over £1,000. And at £4.50 a week,
really?
you expect someone at £4.50 a week, who can't make ends meet to purchase a house. Now the thing is, like all the baby boomers, we have worked all our lives. I mean, I receive a pension, a state pension and a occupational pension. My occupational pension is being taxed over £198 a month. I don't get a big pension. My state pension is still being taxed. So, we're not getting things for free. And it is, absurd to say that, we are getting everything for nothing. That's all I want to say.
Well, But the point is that you're getting out more than you put in, which is the
I don't know about that.
It's true. Yours it is true. It's undeniable. Yours is the last generation that is going to apply to.
Nick, a lot of us are still working to make ends meet, so it's not as easy as one thinks. Cost of living has gone up, and it's absurd for this resolution, or what you call these people, to come up with this silly idea that baby boomers. I've never had it so good. No, we never had it so good, because even with the little we have, we still have to help our children.
Yeah, again, people are taking this too personally. I'm not. No one's talking about you personally.
No, it's not a matter of being personally, sir. You can't just. It's a blame game society, and it's always sad.
It's not blaming. It's comparing one generation to another. And the point that again, you're taking it too personally. It's got nothing to do with you personally. We're talking about an entire. Hang on. Oh dear, I'm very, very ill.
Stop whining.
You're talking about, or we're talking about, an entire generation of people who have undeniably stewarded the world since the 1960s. It's their fault. Who else was here running the world since the 1960s? And no alien race is at fault. It's the baby boomers that have been doing it, still are. But but you can't criticise a generation, because people think you're criticising them individually, but that's not the case at all. And it's pointless to say, well, I've worked hard and I haven't taken anything out of the system. That doesn't prove anything other than that you are an upstanding individual and are to be congratulated. In fact, as a generation, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's got nothing to do with the argument, which is that the baby boomer generation have essentially screwed up the world, have ruined it for future generations, and drained it of all its money. Is there any doubt about that?
Yes.
A little bit of doubt, yeah, okay. I understand you're very, very angry. Nobody likes to be criticised, but no one's criticising you personally. It's just the group of individuals that you are a member of. 0345 6060 973. Is that a satisfactory explanation, Jason?
I I
no.
have my feelings. No, it's not satisfactory. No way. I mean, I do like listen to your comments, etc. But tonight I was really livid to this whole thing about this resolution society or
foundation,
silly foundation.
Well, it's not a silly foundation.
Some silly idea.
It's not a silly idea. These are the facts.
Somebody else. No, you can't just blame people.
You can if they're responsible.
Have given enough to society, and we're still giving to society. I still do want to.
But you're not, as a group, you're not giving. You're taking. That's the whole point.
I'm not taking, sir. I said
it's not about you.
My occupational pension.
It's amazing that the baby boomers talk about the younger generation as the me generation. All I'm hearing about is me. I've done this and I've done that, and I'm not part of the problem.
I live off what I earn all my life, and I don't live off the state. I don't scrunch up the state, sir. And lots of baby boomers, have that same attitude. We don't like to sponge from the state. The state gets
but you do, though.
From us than we.
You don't call it scrounging. You call it availing yourself of the NHS and the state pensions.
Lots of us don't use NHS, only when it's extreme circumstances. We don't.
When you're ill.
No, I'm ill. I try not to be ill. Much exercise.
I try, but without great success up to this point. But at least we can agree. At least we can agree on one thing, Jason.
Yes.
That it's the baby boomers' fault.
No, I don't agree.
Another satisfied customer. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. So there was this story about the amount of... See, this is part of the problem, that the baby boomers who have been in charge, and everything that is ailing the world now is the fault of that generation. There's no doubt about that, because there was no other generation has been running things lately. And we, dopes, have kept voting in political parties that allow corporations to get away with paying no tax. It's our fault. It is actually our fault. Even if the politicians did nothing, even if they promised us to do something about it and we voted for them, and then they let us down, which doesn't sound unlikely. We personally, as consumers, could put these businesses that avoid paying tax in this country out of business inside of a month if we just decided not to buy their stuff anymore. I mean, how many times have I said this already? Over and over and over again, like a stuck record. I'm parroting myself. We think that we've convinced, or we have been convinced, that we have no power, but we actually have all of the power, all of it. Name any corporation. They could be the biggest corporation in the world. I mean, they're usually the most egregious. What's the word? What the hell's the word? It begins with P. Propagators is not the word I'm looking for, but I'll just have to finish this sentence, otherwise I might die. They're usually the most egregious propagators of this exact scenario. They don't pay. It seems like the more you have, the less you pay. And we allow them to get away with it. And we know they're doing it, but we keep buying stuff from them anyway. Purveyors is the suggestion from my glamorous assistant, and you know what? That'll do. Cadbury's US owner paid net tax through its main British arm since buying the firm in 2010. And that sentence would not be remarkable if it wasn't for the missing word, which is no.
Yes.
So I'll read it again. Cadbury's US owner has paid no net tax through its main British arm since buying the firm in 2010.
What?
Over 8 years, Mondelez UK has taken £400,000 more in tax credits from the government than it's paid on profits of more than £500 million. I'll just pause, let that sink in. Profits, £500 million. Tax paid, 0. Tax credits from us, poor dopes who pay taxes, 400 grand. a representative of taxpayers released a statement, and here it is in full. They said, this alarming finding, says a report, has triggered calls for a major shake-up of tax laws. Oh, please. They ain't going to do that. The government is already talking about making it as a low-tax economy. That's the last thing they're going to do. Close any of these loopholes. You're kidding. I mean, this is what the government is planning anyway for a glorious post-Brexit future. A low-tax, low-regulation economy. And what do you think that looks like? It looks like this. Desperate. Professor Prem, an accounting expert at the University of Sheffield, says the government has dragged its heels on tax for far too long. HMRC has to be more aggressive. It seems like the government is providing hidden subsidies to some of the biggest foreign companies in this country. But, you know, as Professor Prem is an expert in possession of facts, no one is remotely interested in what he or she has to say. When Mondelez, which was, is it Mondelez or Mondelez? Anyway, they were formerly known as Kraft Foods, it's probably be more familiar. When they took control of British Cadbury's in 2010, in order to keep the government on side and not to trigger an investigation, the company pledged to keep open the Cadbury's factory in Keynsham near Bristol. And it did. Until it didn't. Shortly after the deal was signed, the factory was shut down and 400 workers were sent to the Knackers yard where they were ground down for cat food, which the company also makes. Meanwhile, its profits during the same period reached £511 million. Its accounts show that in the 5 years since it's owned the Cadbury's, it paid HMRC £11 million. But over the 3 years, it was handed tax credits of £11.4 million. They paid tax of £11 million, and the government handed them tax credits of £11.4 million. Can you believe that?
No.
Now, if that happened to you, and you were to release a statement to the public, it would probably read, has the government given you a tax credit that amounts to more than the tax that you paid? I'll assume that the answer is no. That is because you have failed to take the precaution of becoming a multinational corporation. You see, how it works is that companies can claim a tax credit and have their tax bills slashed if they've lost money in previous years or by offsetting tax payments against research and development.
Boring!
Yeah, exactly. It's just too boring, so people switch off. Only a trained accountant could possibly fathom how these companies can manage to pull these stunts, because they've been trained in black belt levels of boring accountancy loopholes. The only unboring part of them is the vast amounts of money that it allows companies to keep when they use these things. I bet they have the same lawyers as all those companies that use this country as a cash machine. I mean, they usually say something like, we pay all taxes that are legally due in every jurisdiction in which we operate. Oh, and by the way, think of all the people we employ and the taxes that they pay. So let's see what they say, shall we? A Mondelez spokesman said, we comply with all applicable tax legislation in the UK, and the firm has invested more than 200 million in UK manufacturing and research and has 4,000 British workers. Pretty spot on, I'd say. I think that a lot of these companies just cut and paste the same things. I mean, there's the last one, there's the last company that was in the spotlight. They should get a T-shirt made with whatever Amazon said written on it. They could sell it on Amazon. But be under no illusion, everything they and all the other companies like them do is totally legal in every way, shape and form, and that's the problem. If you have £1 billion you want to put where the taxman can't get at it, then you'll spend millions on putting it there. You'll employ entire buildings of experts to make it invisible, like Harry Potter's just stuck it up his cloak. You and I do not make enough not to pay tax. So we have to make up the difference. Literally. That's why we ain't got no money.
Everything is going extremely well.
Yeah, until World War III breaks out. Don't let me leave without telling you all about it. Maxine says, thank God I was born in 1967. For once, I ain't getting the blame. Thank you. Well, I don't know, Maxine. You're not off the hook yet. Eileen says, can you please explain why the baby boomers who were in charge of taking all the money now have the lowest pension in Europe, which, considering we're the 5th richest country in the world, stinks? Yes, it's because they were terrible at running the world, Eileen. I mean, I'll say it again. No other generation than the baby boomers have been running the world. Whatever the situation is at the moment, it's their fault. And the baby boomers didn't take all of the money. The money wasn't spread out evenly among them. That's the problem. They oversaw a system where the top 1% got ever more stratospherically rich and everybody else got nothing. And you and I don't make enough not to pay tax, like I said before. But all the money that goes to keep these companies that do their best to swerve around the tax rules, all the money that goes to keep these companies' workers healthy on the NHS, to fix the roads that they deliver their goods on, to light the street lamps so their workers can find their way to work, to pay for the police in order that they can keep they can keep order, so they can do business. All that's got to be paid for. And all these companies benefit from that, but they don't actually contribute to it. So we have to pay. Which is why we pay and we pay and we pay, and it's never enough. It's like trying to fill a bath with a plug out. And Theresa May, in her government's desperation, is vowing to make it worse. And they call it trickle-down economics. Give the people at the top a giant tax cut and the wealth will trickle down all over our expectant, upturned faces. Except they've tried that for decades and it doesn't work. George W. Bush, the previous worst president ever, was a big fan of trickle-down economics.
Absolutely.
All rich people are. Because they'd much rather us poor dopes pay taxes, while they can get on with buying yachts and islands and spaceships, for crying out loud. There's a fellow from the Tax Justice Network called Alex Cobham. He said, this is within the rules, but it's time for the government to change the rules. But the big problem with that is that if we do change the rules to cut this sort of thing out, some other country is going to step into the breach. Some tiny place in the middle of an ocean with 6 people and a picture of the Queen on the wall will say they're open for business as a tax haven. Come to us and we'll allow you to hide all your money here for 10 pence and a bottle of sun lotion. We have to get together to protect the human race from this practice, because it is actually killing people. I mean, taxes go to the health service, and if the health service is underfunded, then people will die. They'll die if the police can't come. They'll die if the potholes in the road aren't fixed, or the street lamps aren't lit. It's serious. And we're all suffering so that a few already vastly rich people can keep piling up ever larger amounts of money that they'll never be able to spend in an accountancy arms race that will not be won till there's only one company left, and its owner lives on Mars for tax purposes. And because there's not enough money on Earth to store all of his money. Did I say not enough money on Earth? Not enough room on Earth to store all his money. That makes more sense, don't it?
Yes.
It's painful. And it's all the baby boomers' fault. I bet there's a one on the line here who wants to shout at me for blaming them. Newcastle. Hello, William.
Hello, William. Sorry, hello. I mean, basically, that was a wonderful piece of rhetoric you give out there, but I wouldn't say put the blame on the baby boomers, because what you're doing is turning one generation against another. I've had young people shouting at me, very aggressive, say that it's all your generation's fault.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I'll tell you what a baby boomer is, because the definitions become very vague these days. The baby boomer refers to after the Second World War.
Yes.
More people than usual had babies. The family sizes didn't go up, but because so many extra people had babies, there was a boom in births.
Yeah.
And that was the baby boomers. Another interesting fact you might like to know, that generation just after the war was the most intelligent and the healthiest before or since.
Now, what do you mean by most intelligent? How do you figure that out?
Well, just a minute. I heard this from a top psychologist about 30 years ago. And basically, it was the IQs measured. Now, and also the...
IQs measured. Well, first of all, IQ is only a test of your ability to do IQ tests.
Yeah,
that's number one.
True.
Second,
that is true.
Disregard anything that psychologists say. Psychologists know nothing.
Yeah, but going on, but see, that was the baby boom. Those were the baby boomers. But what they're doing, they're extending it, the time that they were born outside of that. Okay. Now, if you're looking at stop nitpicking about intelligence and all that, but if you look at that generation, do you not think it's significant that that generation achieved a higher level of mental ability?
No.
And also a higher level of health.
I don't think it's significant. Explain what you mean by a higher level of mental ability. What on earth does that mean?
Don't get politically correct with me, right?
I'm not getting politically correct. I'm disagreeing with what you're saying. Produce the evidence to suggest that baby boomers were smarter than any generation before or since. There is none.
Yeah. Yes, there is.
No, there isn't. Furnish me with it.
Oh, I can't cannot do that over the phone just now. You'll have to look it up yourself.
I definitely won't do that.
Very lazy.
He's giving me homework now.
Oh, no.
I hate homework. But it's the weekend.
Hang on, about what happened in the 1970s and so on.
Yeah.
I told you last year, yes, this was homework, I told you to read a certain book called Labour and Monopoly Capital.
I'm not doing it.
Harry Braverman.
It's Saturday. I can't do work on Saturday.
Yeah, no. He predicted everything that's happened now. Your wages are worth less. The baby boomers became very politically naive. But it doesn't alter the fact, why has the health standards of health gone down since then?
Well, in what way? You mean we're fatter? Is that what you mean?
The standards of health were less. They had less illnesses and that than the.
Well, that's not true. There's no evidence to support that either. People are living longer than they used to. What are you talking about, William?
Well, it's the baby boomers that are living longer. That's why they were considered to be going to be a problem. Was because there were so many of them. You're going to get all these old people coming in.
If you just cooperate and die, then everyone would be appreciative.
Yeah, but can you remember in the 1970s, they always refer to that, Corbyn's going to make it like the 1970s.
Who says that?
Well, a lot of the propagandists for the Conservative Party say that.
They're exactly right.
Now, the 1970s
were terrible.
Right, there were a lot of strikes and all that. The CIA were in the unions fomenting trouble and so on. But Edward Heath printed so much money, and you had so much inflation, everybody was striking just to catch up, to keep up the value of their wages. And in this country, in America and other places, they still haven't caught up. Now, they've suddenly discovered that in real terms, the wages have gone down since the 1970s.
Yeah, exactly. For everybody,
it was already predicted.
For everybody but the top, for everyone but the top 10%, wages have flatlined at best since the 70s. No one's earned a penny from all of that extra work since the 1970s, apart from the top 10%.
No, I didn't say that. I
don't care whether you said it. I'm saying it.
Well, anyway, you see, the point is you don't do your homework.
No, I don't. I refuse to do my homework. I will not learn my lesson.
You're all right. But anyway, I just objected in the light of round about last Christmas time, these youngsters in their 20s shouting at me as if I was responsible for the fact that they've got rubbish of jobs and they can't afford their own houses. I think, don't forget who did all the demonstrations and that against this, that and the other.
I don't know. You sound pretty guilty.
William. It was your press, your journalists.
Me? It had nothing to do with... Hey, they were shouting at you, William, not me. Take responsibility for your actions. Will you just do that?
You willingly joined them, didn't you? You joined their ranks, like Sheila Fogarty. Oh, I'm a journalist.
I'm not a journalist. When have I ever said that I'm a journalist? I'm not a journalist.
All right,
I'm a talk show host. Big difference, huge.
I thought everybody on LBC...
As a journalist, no.
Sometime or other. Okay.
No, but some of us are journalists because some of us are journalists. But I ain't no journalist. I don't deal in facts. But then nobody does these days. There's not one single thing that you've told me already, William, that it was a fact in any way, shape or form. They're just feelings.
I tell you something. My sister is a word expert on baby boomers, right? She's retired now.
Yeah.
And many's the argument I've had with her about them, you see.
Right.
So I get stuff straight from the horse's mouth.
Okay,
right?
well, that's some way to talk about your sister. The horse's mouth, you say? Awful. Let's have Ash over. Tracy.
Yes.
Tracy.
Hello.
What's up, Chuck?
Is this Nick?
Yes, Tracy. You have to turn the
sorry,
radio down, because otherwise your mind will get scrambled, because you'll hear what
my
you
mind's
said.
like that anyway.
You'll hear what you said 15 seconds ago.
Yeah. I'm phoning up about the baby boom thing.
Yes.
Now, I'm showing my ignorance, but I've never heard about the baby boom. But I caught on quickly, and I was born in 1960.
1960. Yes, you're part of the problem.
Brilliant. But 1973, I was working. I hated school. I got a job. I thought, I'm not academic. I was put in the remedial class, but then would continue to open 3 shops on my own.
You opened 3 shops on your own?
Well, yeah, obviously.
When you were 13?
No, I was 15 by then.
You opened 3
shops? I was put in the remedial class saying I was sick as whatever, and I did really, really well. Paid me taxes, did this, that and the other. And then at 19, I got pregnant.
How did that happen?
I didn't want any kids, but it happened. They told me I couldn't have kids, which is a long story, and I know it's time's short, but...
Where's this going, Tracy?
It's going to the baby boomer thing.
Yeah.
My generation, there's some that are lazy so-and-sos, and there's people like me that got off my backside and worked. For example, Nick, I don't think your job is a job.
It isn't. It's speaking. Anyone can do it.
You just sit on your bum and do nothing.
I do, yeah.
And Steve Allen, I think he's great. He makes me laugh. But he loves his job because it's not what I call physical work.
Anyway, it's not any kind of physical work.
No, I'm glad you agree with that, Nick.
But it's mental work.
Yeah, I can see a little bit of that. You've either got it or you haven't.
No, it is. It's very, very stressful. I mean, imagine having to sit here talking to the likes of you.
I know, it sounds horrible. But it just tickled me, this baby boomer thing.
Yeah.
And another thing I'd like to just pop in.
And another thing.
Yeah, when I did have my daughter, I was still working, obviously, to pay the bills.
Yeah.
And I forgot about my family allowance. I thought, because I was earning so much, I forgot about the family allowance, and I ended up going to the post office to get it, and it was thousands. Now, I was earning that much then that I thought I forgot about the family allowance. I think family allowance for people who are earning a certain amount should be abolished. I mean, my eldest daughter now is 40. And then I had another one that told me I wouldn't have, who's 21. But I think family allowance for people that are earning over a certain amount shouldn't get it.
Right, me too.
Yeah, that's a good subject, isn't it, Nick?
No. Well, we're not going to get anywhere if we agree with each other, Tracy.
Oh, well, we have done. But I love your job, and I love... I listen to your radio.
Trust me, Tracy, anyone could do it.
I don't think anyone could do. You've got to have
literally.
a certain personality, but it's
All
not,
you have to do is
for me,
be able to
work.
speak. No, it's not work. I'm telling
3
you. It's not
hours,
work.
sat on your bum talking and having a laugh, and pressing that button,
Yeah.
going ka-chang.
I know. What kind of a ridiculous way to make a living is that? I agree with you.
You're lucky, very blessed.
But at least I work for a full 6 hours a week. Don't forget that.
Oh, well, you've made me even more mad now, haven't you?
Here, I've got to go. Thanks a lot, Tracy. Cheers, my dear. Now, I wonder if I have time to do this now. I looked at the Express today, the Daily Express. Does anybody actually read the Daily Express these days?
No.
And it really alarmed me when I read a story of theirs which was headlined, World War III.
Oh,
is what I thought. I mean, they weren't equivocal about it. It was in giant, bold headlines, World War III. They said, Putin tests nuclear weapons in major show of force as global tensions rise. The story goes, Russia conducted a massive nuclear weapons test involving both naval and air forces at both ends of the country in a dramatic warning to potential rivals as tension with the West remains high. Russia has more nuclear weapons than any other country in the world. They've got 7,850 of them. The United States is just behind in second place with 6,450. But you only need one, right? So that was alarming, that they would label that World War III. Because, I mean, I know that everybody's been obsessing about Eugenie, or whatever her name is. Eugenie and Meghan. Oh, she's so fantastic. Like, princesses, they're lovely. World War III could have broken out and no one would have heard about it because of a blooming royal wedding. And then I looked a little bit further down into the newspaper's archives, and they seem to come out with a World War III headline, virtually on a daily basis. World War III fears, they said. Ukraine religious row could spark war with Russia. Ukraine is risking a holy war with Vladimir Putin in a bid to break away from Russia's Orthodox Church, experts fear. And then it said, World War III nuclear threat. Chilling footage shows Putin's submarines carry out a mock atomic strike. The Russian government has released terrifying footage showing a submarine carrying out a mock atomic bomb strike in what the Ministry of Defence claim is a drill against an enemy attack. And then they said, World War III. Donald Trump vows severe punishment if Saudi Arabia murdered their journalists. Donald Trump has threatened Saudi Arabia with severe punishment if it ordered the murder of a missing journalist. And then there was World War III. Russian minister warns nuclear treaties are under threat as relations plunge. Sky-high tensions between the US and Russia are putting critical treaties designed to prevent a nuclear arms race in jeopardy as relations sink to an all-time low, a senior Russian official has warned. And then there was the story, World War III. US steps up arms race as it tests new stealth hypersonic missile. US military chiefs have confirmed hypersonic flight research vehicle testing is underway as its arms race with Russia and China intensifies. And then there was the story labelled World War III. Putin wants to destroy NATO and the EU, warns Joe Biden during a UK visit. The Russian President Vladimir Putin's ultimate goal is to destroy NATO and the European Union, thus enabling him to strong-arm individual nations, the former US Vice President Joe Biden told guests during a speech to Chatham House. And then there was the story, World War III. Trump vows to punish China as tensions reach boiling point. Donald Trump has warned there is a lot more to do to hurt China as relations between the two economic rivals went into meltdown over a spy row. And then I read, in the same newspaper, which made me feel a little bit better, alien base found on the moon using Google tools. Strange structures which look artificial have been spotted on the moon, leading some to believe that aliens have established a lunar base. What? Thanks to the invention of Google Moon, a similar tool to Google Earth, but for the moon, UFO hunters have been able to trawl the lunar surface, and guess what? They found strange artifacts and monuments, and now found evidence of an alien base.
Oh, no.
So I guess we'll take those stories of the imminent start of World War III with a pinch of salt, eh?
Yes.
Phew. Otherwise, I'd have been alarmed.